Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I've never been someone who believed in ghosts or anything supernatural. I used to laugh at those ghost hunting shows on TV. But after what happened during my time working at Lakeside Mental Hospital, I don't laugh anymore. I don't sleep much either. I took the security job at Lakeside about 7 months ago. The pay was decent, better than my previous retail gig, and the night shift suited me fine. I've always been a night owl anyway, and the job seemed straightforward. Patrol the buildings, check the doors, and make sure everything's secure. Simple enough, right? Lakeside isn't your typical hospital. It's this massive brick building from the 1920s with those tall windows and ornate stonework you don't see in modern buildings. The place has that heavy feeling old buildings get, like the walls have absorbed decades of whatever happened inside them. During orientation, my supervisor, Rick, gave me a brief history of the place while showing me around. "Building's been here since 1923, he said, flipping through his keys. "Used to be the state's primary psychiatric facility. They've renovated most of it now, but the 4th floor of the East Wing is still original. We keep it closed off except for storage." I remember asking why they hadn't renovated that floor too. Rick just shrugged. "Budget cuts. Administration keeps saying they'll get to it next year, but they've been saying that for a decade now." That should have been my first warning sign, but I needed the job. The night shift was simple enough. Patrol each floor of the active wings, check the closed sections, and log everything in the security system. Most nights were quiet. Sometimes a patient would need assistance or a visitor would get lost, but generally it was just me, my flashlight, and the soft hum of the hospital at night. About 3 weeks into the job, I had to cover for another guard who called in sick. His route included the 4th floor of the East Wing, the abandoned section. I wasn't thrilled about it, but I figured it would be quick. Just walk through, check for any maintenance issues, and move on. The East Wing elevator only went to the 3rd floor, so I had to take the stairs up to the 4th. The stairwell was poorly lit, with just a single flickering bulb illuminating the concrete steps. When I reached the 4th floor landing, I found a heavy metal door with a small wire-reinforced window. A sign read, "Authorized personnel only," in faded red letters. The moment I unlocked that door, the air changed. It was colder, stale, with a metallic scent I couldn't place. The hallway stretched ahead of me, much longer than I'd expected, lined with heavy steel doors on both sides. Unlike the rest of the renovated hospital with its bright lights and modern equipment, this floor was frozen in time. The walls were that institutional green color popular in the 40s, peeling in places to reveal layers of older paint beneath. My footsteps echoed as I walked, the beam of my flashlight bouncing off the walls. The floor plan showed 20 rooms on each side, plus treatment rooms at the far end. According to the patrol instructions, I just needed to walk the length of the hall, check that the fire exits were secure, and leave. Simple. About halfway down, I started feeling watched. You know that sensation where the hairs on the back of your neck stand up? It was like that, but intense. I kept turning around, expecting to find someone behind me, but there was never anyone there, just that empty hallway stretching back to the entrance door. When I reached the end of the hall, I noticed something on one of the windows, a handprint. It was small, like a child's or a woman's, pressed against the inside of the glass. The weird thing was, I hadn't seen it until I was right up close. From a distance, the window had looked clear, but there it was, a perfect handprint, as if someone had pressed their palm against the glass, while standing inside the room. The door to that room was locked. I checked it twice. All the rooms were locked. I quickly checked the fire exit door, confirmed it was secure, and turned to head back. That's when I heard it. Running footsteps behind me. Quick, light steps, like someone in bare feet sprinting down the hallway. My heart practically stopped. I froze, not wanting to turn around, but the footsteps kept coming, getting louder. I've never considered myself particularly brave, but I'm not a coward either. Still, something deep inside me screamed not to look back. So I didn't. I started walking, quickly but not running, back toward the entrance. The footsteps stopped abruptly. Then the banging started. It came from the rooms I was passing, loud, violent pounding on the steel doors, as if someone was trapped inside each room and punching the doors with all their strength. But that was impossible. The rooms were empty. The entire floor was abandoned. The banging followed me down the hall, always coming from the room I was passing. My walk turned into a jog, then a full sprint. By the time I reached the stairwell door, I was gasping for breath, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I yanked the door open and practically fell down the stairs in my rush to get away. When I got back to the security office, I was shaking so badly I could barely log my patrol. Rick was there, filling out paperwork, and he gave me an odd look. "You all right, Nathan? You look like you've seen a ghost." I almost told him everything then, but stopped myself. I'd been working there less than a month. The last thing I needed was to be labeled as the guy who freaked out during a routine patrol. "Just tired," I said. "Long night?" Rick nodded, but I could tell he didn't believe me. "Yeah, the fourth floor can be a bit creepy. All those empty rooms." I couldn't sleep when I got home that morning. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard those footsteps, that banging. I told myself, it was just an old building settling, pipes expanding, my imagination running wild in an admittedly eerie environment. But then the dreams started. It was always the same dream. I'd see a woman, thin, wearing a faded hospital gown, with long black hair covering her face. Sometimes she'd be standing at the end of that fourth floor hallway. Other times, she'd be in the corner of my bedroom just watching me. I never saw her face clearly, but I knew she was looking at me. These dreams were unsettling, but I tried to brush them off. The human mind does strange things when it's stressed, right? But then the dream changed. About 2 weeks after my experience on the fourth floor, I had the most vivid dream of my life. I was lying in my bed, but I could see myself from above, as if I was floating near the ceiling. The woman was there too, standing beside my sleeping body. She wasn't moving, just standing there, her hair hanging down over her face. In the dream, I approached her and asked, "Who are you?" She turned toward me slowly, then suddenly grabbed my shoulders. Her face was inches from mine, a pale, gaunt face with sunken eyes and cracked lips. She screamed, a sound so full of rage and pain that it felt like it was tearing through my soul. Then she shoved me hard back toward my body. I woke up gasping, my body covered in sweat. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:15 a.m. The next night at work, I swapped patrol routes with another guard. I told him I had a pulled muscle in my leg and the stairs to the fourth floor were too much. He didn't mind. Most of the staff avoided that floor anyway. Over the next few weeks, I did everything I could to avoid the East Wing entirely. The dreams continued, but they were less intense, more like regular nightmares than the vivid experience I'd had. I was starting to think maybe things would settle down on their own. Then, about a month later, I was taking my break in the cafeteria when Lisa, one of the night shift CNAs, sat down across from me. We'd talked a few times before, casual workplace conversation. She looked tired, with dark circles under her eyes. "Rough night?" I asked. She nodded, stirring her coffee absently. "Couldn't sleep during the day. Keep having these weird dreams." Something in her tone made me pay attention. "What kind of dreams?" Lisa hesitated, then lowered her voice. "You're going to think I'm crazy, but there's this woman in my dreams. Thin, long black hair. I can never see her face clearly. She just stands there watching me. My blood ran cold. How long have you been having these dreams? On and off since I started working here 2 years ago. But they've been worse lately. She took a sip of her coffee. I know it sounds nuts, but a lot of the staff have seen her, not just in dreams. What do you mean? There are stories about the 4th floor of the East Wing. Back in the 40s and 50s, they did electroshock therapy up there. Not the modern kind, the old brutal version. People died. Patients killed themselves, or sometimes each other. And there was this one patient, a woman who'd been admitted in the late 40s. The story goes that she was subjected to some experimental treatments, and one night she escaped her room and jumped out the window at the end of the hall. The window with the handprint. I felt sick. The weird thing is, Lisa continued, people who've seen her, in dreams or otherwise, all describe her exactly the same way. Thin, hospital gown, long black hair covering her face, and they usually see her around 3 a.m. 3:15, I said quietly. Lisa looked up sharply. You've seen her too, haven't you? I nodded slowly. On the 4th floor, and then in dreams. She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. Her fingers were ice cold. Be careful, Nathan. Some of the staff who've seen her, weird things happen to them. Electronics malfunctioning, items moving around their homes, scratches appearing on their bodies while they sleep. You believe all this? I asked, wanting desperately for her to say no. I didn't. Not until I saw her standing at the foot of my bed one night, wide awake. I quit that job the next day, made up some excuse about family issues requiring me to move. Rick didn't seem surprised. They had high turnover among night security. It's been 4 months since I left Lakeside. I moved to a different city, got a day job at a warehouse. The dream stopped for a while, and I thought maybe it was over, but last night I woke up at exactly 3:15 a.m. My bedroom was cold, so cold I could see my breath, and there, in the corner, was a darker patch of shadow. It didn't move. It didn't have to. I knew what it was. I don't know why she's following me or what she wants. All I know is that I haven't had a full night's sleep since. Sometimes I hear footsteps in my apartment when I'm alone. Sometimes my front door is unlocked when I know I locked it, and sometimes when I pass a window or mirror, I catch a glimpse of a thin figure standing behind me, hair hanging down over her face. I don't know what to do. I don't know if anyone will believe me, but I needed to write this down, to tell someone, because I'm afraid of what happens if she finally decides to do more than just watch. Story 2. I've never told anyone outside my family about this. Even now, 5 years later, my hands are shaking as I type this out. But I need to tell someone who might understand, and this seems like the right place. I was 19 when it happened. I'd been living at Riverside Manor with my parents. It's not as fancy as it sounds, just an old Victorian-style house my dad got for a steal because it needed work. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor with this big bay window overlooking the garden. That summer, I'd gotten really into meditation and paganism. Nothing extreme, just basic stuff I found online. My Catholic mom wasn't thrilled, but she figured it was better than drugs or whatever else teenagers get into. I'd sit cross-legged on my bedroom floor for about 20 minutes each evening, focusing on my breathing and trying to expand my consciousness. Looking back, I had no idea what I was doing. On this particular night, it was a Tuesday in July, I was doing my usual meditation. About 10 minutes in, something felt different. The air in my room seemed heavier, like the pressure had changed. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up, and this cold sensation crept up my spine. I opened my eyes, thinking maybe my window was open or the AC had kicked on. Everything looked normal at first. My room was dim, lit only by a small desk lamp in the corner. Then my eyes drifted to the wall where I had hung a reproduction of Van Gogh's Starry Night. It was just a cheap print I'd picked up at a college poster sale, but I loved it. Something was wrong with the painting. One of the stars in the top left corner was brighter than it should be. Much brighter. Like it was actually glowing. I blinked a few times, thinking maybe it was just the angle of the desk lamp reflecting off the poster's glossy surface. But no, the star was definitely getting brighter, pulsing almost. I stood up, curious. As I approached the painting, the star started to dim, not like a light being turned down, but like it was being obscured by something, like fog was rolling in over it. By the time I was standing directly in front of the painting, the star had disappeared completely, replaced by this darkness. Not just the dark blue of the night sky in the painting, but something deeper, blacker. I leaned in closer, squinting. That's when I saw it. Movement within that black spot. Something was forming there, taking shape. I couldn't look away, even though every instinct was screaming at me to run. It was a face, a woman's face. She had pale skin that seemed to glow faintly against the darkness and long black hair that blended with the shadows around her. Her features were from another time, high cheekbones, a small mouth with lips pressed tightly together, and eyes, God, her eyes. They were completely black, with no whites at all, but somehow I could tell she was looking directly at me. As I stood there frozen, more of her appeared, shoulders draped in what looked like a Victorian-era dress, hands folded primly in front of her. She wasn't part of the painting's style. She was like a photograph inserted into Van Gogh's swirling stars and cypress trees. And then we were looking at each other, eye to eye, soul to whatever it was. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. It felt like she was examining me, learning everything about me in those seconds. After what felt like forever, but was probably 20 seconds, she moved. Her right hand extended toward me, palm up, like she was offering something, or inviting me somewhere. Her arm seemed to push against the surface of the poster, making it bulge outward slightly. I swear I'm not making this up. Her hand was coming through the painting. That broke the spell. I stumbled backward, tripping over my meditation cushion and falling hard on my ass. I scrambled across the floor to my desk and slapped at the wall until I hit the light switch. The overhead lights blazed on. The painting was normal again. Just a regular starry night poster. No glowing star, no dark spot, no Victorian woman reaching out to me. I was breathing so hard I thought I might hyperventilate. My t-shirt was soaked with sweat. I grabbed my phone to call someone, who I don't know, and saw the time, 11:47 p.m. I had started meditating at 11:20. Almost 30 minutes had passed, but it felt like only 3 or 4 minutes to me. I ran to my parents' room. My dad was asleep, but my mom was still up reading. She took one look at my face and put her book down. "Daniel, what's wrong?" I told her everything, my words tumbling. Out too fast, probably not making much sense. But she listened. When I finished, she didn't laugh or tell me I'd fallen asleep and had a nightmare. She looked scared. See, my mom is old-school Catholic, rosary beads, saints' medals, the works. She immediately crossed herself and said, "Something tried to get to you." She woke my dad up, and they both came to my room. My dad checked the painting, even took it down and looked behind it. Nothing unusual, but my mom was convinced. "It's demonic," she said. "It saw an opening when you were meditating and tried to make contact." My dad looked skeptical but didn't argue. My mom went to get her prayer book and a bottle of holy water she kept in their bathroom. She sprinkled the water around my room, focusing on the wall where the painting had hung, while reciting prayers in Latin. My dad, who's more practical but still religious, went to get a St. Benedict medal from their bedroom and hung it where the painting had been. They stayed with me in my room for about an hour. My mom kept praying, and my dad kept checking the windows and doors, making sure everything was secure. Finally, they decided I should sleep in the guest room for the night. My dad took the Starry Night poster outside and burned it in our fire pit. I watched from the window as the flames curled around Van Gogh's swirling sky. I didn't sleep at all that night. I kept seeing her face every time I closed my eyes, those black eyes staring into mine, that hand reaching out. The next day, my dad installed a new ceiling light in my room to make it brighter. My mom brought in more religious items, a crucifix for the wall, holy water by my bed, and prayer cards tucked into my mirror frame. I felt silly, but also grateful. Whatever I'd seen had terrified me to my core. I moved back into my room after 3 days, but things weren't the same. I started noticing things, subtle things. The temperature would drop suddenly in one corner of the room. My belongings would be slightly moved from where I'd left them. Once, I woke up to find all my books had been arranged in a perfect circle on the floor, though I'm positive they were on my shelf when I went to sleep. I never saw the woman again, not fully formed like that first night. But sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'd catch a glimpse of something dark moving along my wall. When I'd turn to look directly at it, it would be gone. I stopped meditating completely. I even started going to church with my mum, something I hadn't done since I was 15. The incidents decreased over time, but they never stopped entirely. 5 years later, I've moved out and have my own apartment across town, but I still visit my parents regularly. When I go to my old room, now a home office, I feel it immediately. That heaviness in the air, that sense of being watched. The St. Benedict medal is still there on the wall, and my mum has added more religious items over the years. I don't know what I encountered that night. Was it a ghost, a demon, something my own mind created? I've researched Victorian-era spirits, women with black eyes in folklore, entities that can manifest through art. Nothing quite matches what I experienced. What keeps me up at night isn't just the memory of what happened. It's the question of what would have occurred if I'd taken her hand. Where would she have led me? What would have happened if I'd let her pull me into wherever she was? Sometimes I dream about her. In the dreams, I do take her hand, but I always wake up just as our fingers touch, my heart pounding, and my room feeling 10 degrees colder. I still have a print of Starry Night on my phone background. I can't explain why. Maybe to remind myself that it was real, maybe as some twisted way of leaving a door open. I don't know. All I know is that whatever looked at me through that painting that night wasn't just a hallucination or a trick of the light. It knew me. It saw me. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can feel it watching me still, waiting for me to open that door again. Story 3. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family, but I need to get this off my chest. 6 years of working at Whispering Pines nursing home in Millfield had prepared me for a lot of things. The smell of disinfectant mixed with bodily fluids, the constant beeping of monitors, the heartbreak of watching people forget their own children. But nothing prepared me for what happened during my last night shift there. I'd been dealing with our difficult cases for years. When you work in a nursing home, especially with dementia patients, you get used to certain behaviors. The wandering at night, the confusion, the occasional aggression. But Dorothy was different. Dorothy had been at Whispering Pines for about 8 months. Severe dementia, 87 years old, no living relatives that ever visited. She had this habit of calling for help constantly. And I don't mean pressing her call button. I mean these long, drawn-out moans of "Help me" that would echo down the hallway. It was unsettling, even for those of us who had heard just about everything. The other staff members would get frustrated with her. "Dorothy's at it again," they'd say, rolling their eyes. But I always felt this deep sadness for her. Imagine being trapped in your own mind, unable to remember what happened 5 minutes ago, living in a constant state of fear and confusion. Anyway, that night, it was a Tuesday in November, I was working with just one other caregiver, Marlene. We were short-staffed as usual. Around 11 o'clock, Dorothy started with her calls. "Help me! Somebody please help!" Marlene was busy with another resident who'd fallen out of bed, so I went to check on Dorothy. The hallway was dimly lit to help residents sleep, and the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I walked toward room 23. I remember checking my watch, 11:12, and thinking I still had 7 hours left on my shift. When I opened Dorothy's door, she was sitting bolt upright in bed, her thin white hair sticking out in all directions, her hands clutching her blanket so tight her knuckles were white. "Dorothy," I said softly, "it's Ellie. I'm here to help you." Her eyes found mine, wide with fear. "I've been alone so long," she whispered. "So long. Please help me." This was pretty standard for Dorothy. I sat on the edge of her bed and held her hand, assuring her she wasn't alone, that she was safe, that I was there. I fixed her blankets, gave her some water, and talked to her about nothing in particular until her breathing slowed and her eyes started to close. "I'll be right outside if you need me," I told her, like I always did. "Try to get some sleep." I thought she was drifting off, so I carefully let go of her hand and tiptoed out of the room. I made it all the way back to the nurse's station and had just sat down when it started again. "Help! Please help me!" Marlene gave me a look. "Your turn again," she said, busy with paperwork. I sighed and headed back to Dorothy's room. Same routine, calming her down, holding her hand, promising her she wasn't alone. This time I stayed longer, almost 15 minutes, until I was absolutely certain she was asleep. Her breathing was deep and regular, her face peaceful for once. Back at the nurse's station, I started catching up on my own charting. Not even 10 minutes later, the call started again. I felt a flash of irritation, I'll admit. It had been a long shift and I was tired, but that's the job, right? This time when I entered her room, something felt different. The air seemed heavier somehow, colder. Dorothy was in the exact same position as before, sitting up with her eyes wide open. But this time, instead of looking confused or scared, she seemed alert, focused. "Dorothy," I started, "I'm here to help." Before I could finish, her hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. Now Dorothy was a frail woman who needed help even turning in bed, but her grip was like a vice. I actually gasped from the pain. She pulled me closer until our faces were inches apart. Her breath smelled of the applesauce she'd had for dinner. "Every time you leave the room," she whispered, her voice suddenly clear and steady, "he comes back." A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't the confused rambling of a dementia patient. Her eyes were clear, focused directly on mine. She recognized me. Dorothy never remembered me from one visit to the next, sometimes not even after I'd left the room for just a minute. But now she was acknowledging that I'd been there multiple times that night. I tried to keep my voice steady. "Who comes back, Dorothy?" Slowly, she raised her other arm and pointed toward the wall opposite her bed. There was a small dresser there with a mirror hanging above it. Just a regular mirror, nothing special about it. It had probably been in that room for decades. "He comes back and he smiles at me," she said, still in that unnervingly lucid voice. "It's not the nice kind of smile." I felt goosebumps rise on my arms. I didn't want to look at the mirror, but I couldn't help myself. In the dim light of the bedside lamp, I could see our reflection, me standing beside the bed, Dorothy's thin arm extended, pointing, nothing else. "There's nobody there, Dorothy," I said gently, trying to reassure both her and myself. Her grip on my wrist tightened. "You don't see him because he's not here now. He only comes when I'm alone." Her eyes never left mine. "He waits until everyone leaves. Then he's there in the mirror, watching me, smiling." I tried to pull away, but she wouldn't let go. "He's been coming more often," she continued. "First it was just at night, but now he comes during the day too. Sometimes he steps out of the mirror." My mouth went dry. "What does he do when he steps out?" Dorothy's face changed then, crumpling like a child's. He stands by my bed and touches my face with cold hands. He says, "Soon I'll go with him." A tear rolled down her cheek. "I don't want to go with him, Ellie." That was the first time Dorothy had ever said my name. In 8 months, she had never once remembered who I was. I wanted to convince myself this was just another delusion, that Dorothy was having a moment of strange clarity mixed with hallucinations. But deep down, something told me this was different. The room felt wrong, like the air itself was watching us. I made a decision right then. "Dorothy, how about you come sit with me at the desk for a while? Would you like that?" She nodded eagerly, releasing my wrist. I helped her into her wheelchair, grabbed her blanket and wrapped it around her legs. As I was about to wheel her out, she grabbed my arm again. "The mirror," she whispered urgently. "Cover the mirror, or he'll follow us." I hesitated, feeling ridiculous, but then grabbed a towel from her bathroom and draped it over the mirror. Dorothy visibly relaxed. As I wheeled her out, I couldn't resist looking back at the covered mirror. For a split second, I thought I saw the towel move, just slightly, as if someone behind it was trying to peek out. I rushed Dorothy to the nurse's station, where Marlene looked up in surprise. "What's she doing out here?" she asked. "She's having a rough night," I said, not knowing how to explain. "I thought she could sit with us for a while." Dorothy didn't make another sound for the rest of the night. She just sat there, occasionally dozing but mostly staring straight ahead, with her hands folded in her lap. Every so often, she would reach out and touch my arm, as if making sure I was still there. Around 4 in the morning, when things were quiet, Marlene went to do her rounds, leaving me alone with Dorothy at the station. After a few minutes of silence, Dorothy spoke again, her voice barely audible. "He's been waiting for me for a long time," she said, still staring straight ahead. "He's waited for others too." I put down my pen. "What do you mean, Dorothy?" "Room 23, she said. "Ask about room 23. A chill ran through me. "What about it?" "Ask why so many people die in that room." I'd worked at Whispering Pines for 6 years, and I'd never noticed anything unusual about room 23. Yes, residents had died there, but residents died in every room. It's a nursing home. But something in Dorothy's voice made me think back, trying to remember. There was Mrs. Abernathy last spring, and Mr. Collins a few months before that, and Sarah Tanner around Christmas. And now that I was thinking about it, there had been others. Quite a few others, actually. "He gets impatient sometimes," Dorothy continued, her eyes now closed. "When people take too long to die, he helps them along." My skin crawled. I wanted to dismiss this as the ramblings of a confused old woman, but I couldn't, not with the way she was speaking, so clear and certain. "Dorothy, how do you know these things?" She opened her eyes and turned to look at me, really look at me. "Because he told me. He tells me everything while he's waiting for me to die." Her voice broke. "He's getting impatient with me too." I didn't know what to say. Part of me, the rational, educated part, knew this had to be some strange manifestation of her dementia. But another part, a deeper, more primitive part, believed her completely. The rest of the night passed without incident. When the morning shift arrived, I helped Dorothy back to her room. The towel was still over the mirror, exactly as I'd left it. Dorothy became agitated as soon as we entered the room, so I quickly gathered her things for her morning care. As I was about to wheel her to the bathroom, she grabbed my hand again. "Don't take the night shift anymore, Ellie," she said urgently. "He's noticed you now. He knows you can sense him." I froze. "What do you mean?" "When you look back, at the mirror, he saw you looking. He knows." I hadn't told her I'd looked back at the mirror. I hadn't told anyone. I finished helping Dorothy with her morning routine and handed her off to the day shift. Then I went straight to our administrator's office and quit. I made up some excuse about family issues, but the truth was, I couldn't spend another night in that building, knowing what might be waiting in room 23. 2 days later, I got a call from a former colleague. Dorothy had died in her sleep. They found her sitting upright in bed, her eyes open and fixed on the mirror, which someone had uncovered during room cleaning. I never went back to Whispering Pines, not even to collect my last paycheck. They mailed it to me. Sometimes I drive past the building on my way to the grocery store, and I always look at the windows, wondering which one is room 23, wondering if someone is looking back. Sometimes at night, I wake up suddenly, feeling like someone is in my room. I've started covering the mirror on my dresser before I go to sleep. My husband thinks I'm being silly, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know about the one time I forgot to cover it and woke up in the middle of the night to see what looked like fingerprints appearing one by one on the glass, as if someone on the other side was pressing against it. I don't know what was in that mirror at Whispering Pines, or if it somehow followed me home. All I know is that Dorothy was right about one thing. It's not a nice smile. Not nice at all. Story 4. I still get goosebumps when I think about that night. It's been 3 years, and I still can't explain what happened. I avoid telling people because they either think I'm making it up or they try to rationalize it with some boring explanation. But I know what I saw. Both of us did. I was 19 at the time, working as a merchandiser for Coca-Cola to help pay for a college. Not the most glamorous job, but it paid decent money and the hours were flexible enough to work around my classes. Most days I'd stock shelves at local grocery stores, arrange displays, that sort of thing. But twice a week, we'd have to make the trip out to Silver City to service the stores there. My co-worker Alfredo and I usually did these runs together. He was this chill Mexican guy in his 30s, always telling stories about his family back home. We got along well, despite the age difference. He'd blast his music while I'd doze off in the passenger seat during those early morning drives. That Saturday in October started like any other Silver City run. My alarm went off at 2 in the morning, and I remember lying there wondering if this job was really worth it. But rent was due the following week, so I dragged myself out of bed, threw on my red Coca-Cola polo and khakis, and headed out. Alfredo picked me up around 2:45. I climbed into the company van, still half asleep, mumbling a morning before settling into the passenger seat. He handed me a coffee, black, just how I like it, and we headed out towards Silver City Highway. "You look like shit, man," he said, laughing. "Yeah, stayed up too late playing Call of Duty," I admitted. The highway connecting Silverdale to Silver City is about 45 minutes of nothing but desert, hills, and the occasional abandoned building. During the day, it's actually pretty beautiful in that desolate southwestern way. But at night, it's different. Pitch black except for your headlights, and the darkness seems to swallow everything beyond the reach of the beams. Everyone in Silverdale has heard stories about that highway. Growing up, we'd tell ghost stories about the Witch of Silver City who appears in your back seat if you drive alone at night. There were tales about strange lights in the hills, winged creatures that aren't birds or bats, and drivers who went missing only to be found wandering the desert. Days later, with no memory of what happened. The usual small-town folklore, you know. I never put much stock in those stories. They were just things people made up to make our boring town seem more interesting. At least that's what I thought. It was around 3:15 in the morning when it happened. We were about halfway to Silver City, driving through the darkest stretch of highway where there are no lights or buildings for miles. Alfredo was telling me about his daughter's quinceañera plans while I sipped my coffee, trying to wake up. I noticed it first, a single red light in the distance ahead of us. "Looks like a motorcycle," I said, interrupting Alfredo's story. He squinted through the windshield. "Yeah, weird time to be out riding." As we got closer, I could see it was definitely a tail light, bright red against the darkness. Nothing unusual about that, probably just some early morning traveler like us. But then things got strange. The light began to slow down right in the middle of the road. There was no turn signal, no movement to the shoulder, just a gradual deceleration directly in our path. "What the hell is this guy doing?" Alfredo muttered, easing off the gas. We slowed down too, keeping a safe distance. The van's headlights should have illuminated whatever was ahead of us, but somehow they didn't. All we could see was that single red light. "Can you see what kind of bike it is?" I asked, leaning forward. Alfredo shook his head. "No, man, I can't see shit except that light." We were practically crawling now, maybe 15 miles per hour. There was no other traffic, just empty highway stretching ahead and behind us. That's when the cold feeling first hit my stomach. Something wasn't right. "Alfredo, I don't think..." Before I could finish my sentence, the red light did something impossible. It suddenly shot off the road to the right, moving faster than anything I've ever seen. Not like a motorcycle turning. There was no curve to its movement. 1 second, it was directly ahead of us on the highway, and the next, it was zooming across the desert field beside the road. "What the fuck?" Alfredo slammed on the brakes, and we both jerked forward against our seatbelts. The light changed color as it moved, from red to a brilliant white that illuminated nothing around it. It moved in a perfectly straight line away from the highway, getting smaller with distance, but not dimmer. If anything, it seemed to get brighter. We sat there in the idle van, both of us half standing, craning our necks to track the light through the passenger window. It kept going, and then it changed again. The white light shrank down to a tiny green speck, hovering for just a moment before it winked out completely. The silence in the van was absolute. I couldn't even hear Alfredo breathing. I realized I was holding my own breath and let it out in a shaky exhale. "Did you..." Alfredo's voice was barely above a whisper. "Did you see that?" I nodded, unable to form words. My hands were shaking, and I'd spilled coffee all over my khakis without even noticing. "What was that, man? What the fuck was that?" His voice had an edge of panic I'd never heard from him before. "I don't know," I managed to say. "Could it have been... I don't know, a drone or something?" Even as I said it, I knew it wasn't a drone. Drones don't move like that, don't change colors like that, don't accelerate from a standstill to that kind of speed in a split second. Alfredo put the van in gear and started driving again, much faster than before. Neither of us wanted to stay in that spot any longer than necessary. I kept my eyes fixed on the field where the light had disappeared, half expecting to see it return. But there was nothing, just empty desert under a sky full of stars. "We should report it," I said after a few minutes. "Report what? To who?" Alfredo shook his head. "That we saw a light. They'll think we're crazy or drunk." He was right. What would we even say? We couldn't explain what we'd seen because we didn't understand it ourselves. The rest of the drive to Silver City was tense. We didn't talk much, both lost in our thoughts. I kept replaying the scene in my mind, trying to find some rational explanation. Maybe it was a reflection of something, a weird atmospheric phenomenon, a prank. None of those explanations felt right. We arrived at our first stop, a grocery store that was just opening for the day. Usually we'd joke around with the morning staff, but that day we just got to work, methodically stocking shelves and setting up displays. Every so often, I'd catch Alfredo's eye, and I could see he was still shaken. So was I. Throughout the day, we serviced 5 more stores in Silver City. Normally we'd grab lunch somewhere in town, make a day of it. But that day, we rushed through our work, both of us wanting to get back to Silverdale before dark. "We should take a different route back," Alfredo suggested as we finished our last store around 3 in the afternoon. "There isn't one," I reminded him. "Not unless we want to add 2 hours to the drive." He nodded grimly, and I could tell he was weighing the extra drive time against going back the way we came. In the end, Practicality won out. We'd take the same highway back, but in daylight. The return journey was uneventful, but uncomfortable. We drove past the spot where we'd seen the light, both of us scanning the area for something. Any sign of what we'd encountered. But there was nothing unusual, just scrubby desert extending to the distant hills. When Alfredo dropped me off at my apartment, he didn't linger like he usually did. "See you Monday," he said, not quite meeting my eyes. "Yeah, see you Monday," I replied. "Alfredo, what do you think it was?" He gripped the steering wheel tighter. "I don't know, man, I really don't. But I don't think it was anything normal." That was the first and last time we directly discussed what we'd seen. I tried to talk to my girlfriend about it that night. She listened patiently, then suggested we were just tired and imagining things. "You were up at 2 in the morning, Jake. Your brain was probably still half asleep." But I know what I saw. It wasn't sleep deprivation or a hallucination. It was real, and it was not something I could explain. The only person who didn't dismiss my story was my mom. When I finally worked up the courage to tell her a week later, she went very quiet. "I believe you," she said finally. "There are things on that highway. Things I've seen too." She wouldn't elaborate, no matter how much I pressed her. Just said that some experiences don't have explanations, and it's better not to dwell on them. But I did dwell on it. I still do. I requested different routes at work, making up excuses about wanting variety. I've only driven the Silver City Highway a handful of times since then, and never during dark hours. Never again. Alfredo and I still work together, but we've developed an unspoken agreement not to mention that night. Sometimes, though, when we're driving near dusk and see headlights in the distance, I notice how he tenses up, tracking the lights with an intensity that wasn't there before. I've done research since then, looked up UFO sightings, ghost stories, anything that might explain what we saw. There are plenty of accounts from people who've experienced strange things on that stretch of highway, but nothing exactly like what we witnessed. The closest was a trucker's story about a ball of light that paced his rig for several miles before shooting straight up into the sky. Could it have been something extraterrestrial? A ghost? Some natural phenomenon science hasn't explained yet? I don't know. Part of me doesn't want to know. What I do know is this. There are things in this world that defy explanation. Things that exist in the spaces between what we understand and what we fear. I encountered one of those things on a dark highway at 3 in the morning, and it changed how I see reality. Sometimes at night, I find myself staring out my window at the stars, wondering if that green speck is up there somewhere, watching. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I see a distant light flicker in response. Story 5. I've never told anyone this story before, mostly because no one would believe me. But with all the weird stuff I'm seeing on this forum, I figure someone here might understand. This happened when I was 10, back in Sacramento. We lived in this old house on Freeport Boulevard. Not super run down, but definitely needed work. Peeling paint, creaky floors, the works. My parents were always talking about renovations they'd do someday when they had the money. The house itself wasn't the problem, though. It was that damn oak tree in our backyard. During the day, it was just a tree. Massive, probably 100 years old, with branches that spread out like some giant umbrella. I used to climb it sometimes when Dad wasn't looking. But at night, it transformed into something else entirely. My bedroom window faced the backyard, so I had a perfect view of it. When the wind blew, the branches would scrape against each other, making this awful creaking sound. The shadows they cast on my wall looked like bony fingers reaching for me. I begged Mom to let me keep my blinds closed at night, but she insisted I needed fresh air and would only pull them halfway down. But the branches weren't even the worst part. It was the lights. I first noticed them when I was around 7, small orbs of light, kind of yellowish white, that would appear around the tree at dusk. Not every night, but often enough that I started watching for them. They moved in ways that fireflies don't. Deliberate, almost intelligent. They'd circle the trunk, dance along the branches, sometimes shooting up into the sky before diving back down. The first time I mentioned them to my dad, we were eating dinner. I remember the way his fork stopped halfway to his mouth. "Lights in the tree?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "They come out when it starts getting dark. They fly around like little balls." He exchanged that look with Mom. You know, the one parents give each other when they think their kid is making stuff up. "Probably just reflections from the neighbors' windows," he said, going back to his meatloaf. "Or fireflies." "We don't have fireflies in California," I said. I'd learned that in science class. "Then it's your imagination, Ethan," he said firmly. End of discussion. But I knew what I saw, and after a while, I became convinced these orbs weren't just lights. They were spirits or something, mischievous ones. They seemed to want things, want to interact, and they got me in serious trouble, twice. The first time was when I was 7. I was playing fetch with our dog Loki in the backyard. Loki was this big German shepherd mix, super protective of me. It was getting dark, but Mom had said I could stay out until dinner was ready. I threw Loki's tennis ball toward the fence, and that's when I saw them. The orbs descending from the top of the tree like slow-motion raindrops. Usually they stayed close to the tree, but this time they spread out. One of them, bigger than the others, about the size of a golf ball, flew right past my face, so close I could have sworn I felt a slight warmth from it. Then the weirdest thing happened. Loki went absolutely ballistic. He wasn't chasing the ball anymore. He was barking at the orbs, his hackles raised, teeth bared. I'd never seen him like that before. He lunged toward the tree, barking and growling like he was facing down an intruder. My dad came bursting through the back door, still holding his newspaper. "What the hell is going on out here?" he shouted. He couldn't see the orbs. They'd vanished the second he appeared. All he saw was me standing there while Loki barked. At nothing. "The lights, Dad. Loki saw them too," I tried to explain. My dad grabbed Loki's collar, yanking him back. "Enough! You're riling up the dog with this nonsense. Both of you, inside, now." I got a lecture that night about responsibility and not encouraging bad behavior in the dog. Loki wasn't allowed in my room for a week. But the worst part? The next morning, I found weird little burn marks on the grass near the tree. Perfect circles, about the size of quarters. When I showed Dad, he blamed them on some neighborhood kids messing around with fireworks. The second incident happened when I was 9. It was summer break, and I was playing with my Hot Wheels cars in the dirt under the tree. It was that magic hour, not quite sunset, but the shadows were getting longer. I was making race tracks in the dirt when I noticed that familiar glow starting to form around the upper branches. This time, the orbs seemed playful. They zigzagged between branches, diving low before shooting back up, almost like they were showing off. I sat there watching them, fascinated. Then one broke away from the group and hovered right in front of my face. It was beautiful up close, not just a ball of light, but swirling with colors inside, like a tiny galaxy. It bobbed once, twice, then darted away toward the trunk, stopping as if waiting for me. I don't know why I followed it. Something just compelled me to. I left my cars and walked to the tree. The orb moved again, circling the trunk and heading toward the narrow gap between our backyard fence and the side of the house. A space maybe 3 feet wide that ran alongside my parents' bedroom. The orb led me all the way down this passage. I had to turn sideways to fit through some parts where Dad's gardening stuff was stacked against the fence. The orb stopped at my parents' bedroom window, hovering there. Our house was on a slight slope, so even though it was a first-floor window, it was almost at eye level for me standing. Outside, the curtains were partially open, and there were my parents. Mom was in her bra, Dad was shirtless, and they were kissing. The orb disappeared instantly, leaving me standing there like an idiot, face to face with my half-undressed, now completely shocked parents. My dad's face went from surprise to fury in about half a second. He stormed outside, grabbed me by the arm, and dragged me into the house for the worst scolding of my life. I tried to explain about the light I was following, but that just made him angrier. "Enough with these imaginary lights, Ethan. You're too old for this nonsense. You were spying on us." I was grounded for 2 weeks. No TV, no video games, nothing. Dad even installed a motion sensor light on that side of the house to catch me if I ever went down there again. The orbs appeared a few more times after that, but I ignored them. I was convinced they were trying to get me in trouble on purpose. Sometimes I'd wake up at night and see them circling the tree, and I'd just pull my blanket over my head. Once, I could have sworn I heard faint laughter coming from the tree when the orbs were particularly active. Not human laughter, but something different, higher pitched, almost musical. When I was 10, my dad got a job offer in Oregon, and we moved away from that house. I was secretly relieved. On our last night there, as we were loading the final boxes into the moving truck, I looked out at the tree. The orbs were there, more of them than I'd ever seen before, pulsing and swirling around the branches like they were having some kind of party. Mum came up behind me and put her hand on my shoulder. "Going to miss your climbing tree?" she asked. I shook my head. "No, not at all." She looked out the window, following my gaze. For just a second, her expression changed. Her eyes widened slightly, her mouth opened a bit. Then she blinked and it was gone. "Well, it's time to go," she said, her voice a little too bright. "The new house has much nicer trees, without quite so many shadows." She hurried me out to the car after that, and we never talked about it again. Years later, I found out from a former neighbor that the new family who moved in cut down the oak tree within a month of moving in. Their kid, a little girl about 8 years old, had refused to sleep in any room that faced the backyard. She kept telling her parents that the lights in the tree were watching her. I'm 32 now. I still don't know what those orbs were. Sometimes I think maybe they were just some weird electrical phenomenon, or some kind of bioluminescent fungus that science hasn't properly documented yet. But deep down, I know better. Those things were intelligent, they were aware, and they were playing with me. I've never seen anything like them since we left Sacramento. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can hear that strange musical laughter just at the edge of my hearing, and I still can't stand the sound of tree branches scraping together in the wind. Story 6. I still can't explain what happened at Vintage Treasures, that big antique mall in downtown Chattanooga. It's been almost 3 years, but I think about it all the time. I was 15 when it happened, and it completely changed how I feel about old places. My parents and I used to go there almost every weekend. Dad collects old coins and vintage tools, and Mom loves anything from the 50s, those kitschy salt and pepper shakers, old appliances, stuff like that. Me, I just like looking at the vintage jewelry and clothes. The place is huge, 3 floors of basically everything old you could imagine. It's like a museum where you can buy the exhibits. That Saturday started like any other visit. It was early October, and we'd gone to get breakfast at this diner my dad loves before heading to the antique mall. I remember I was wearing my favorite jeans and this dark green sweater my grandmother had given me for my birthday. The weather was just starting to turn cooler, and I was excited because I'd been saving up to buy this vintage brooch I'd had my eye on for weeks. We'd been browsing for maybe an hour when I needed to use the restroom. The bathrooms at Vintage Treasures are kind of weird but cool. They keep with the whole antique vibe. The women's restroom had these old pictures on the walls, a vintage dressing table with an oval mirror, and even display items for sale like old perfume bottles and hand mirrors. Mom said she needed to check out something in the booth across the hall and would meet me after. The bathroom was empty when I went in. I remember the lights. They weren't the harsh fluorescence you usually find in public bathrooms. Instead, they had these softer, almost yellowish bulbs in wall sconces that gave everything this warm glow. The floor had these black and white hexagonal tiles that I always thought were pretty. I didn't need to use the stall right away, so I went to the sink to check my makeup. I'd been experimenting with winged eyeliner and wanted to make sure it hadn't smudged. I was leaning close to the mirror, focusing on my left eye, when I saw something move in the reflection behind me. A woman had entered the bathroom. She was wearing something dark navy, like a dress or maybe a suit. I didn't turn around right away because I was in the middle of fixing my eyeliner, and I just assumed it was another shopper. In my peripheral vision, I could see her walking toward the stalls at the back of the bathroom. I remember thinking her movements seemed strangely fluid, almost like she was gliding rather than walking. I spent another minute or so at the mirror trying to get my eyeliner even on both sides. It was only after I finished that I realized something felt off. The bathroom had gone completely silent. I hadn't heard a stall door open or close. No toilet flushing, no rustling of clothes, no sound of someone washing their hands. Nothing. I turned around, expecting to see the woman waiting for a stall or maybe at another sink, but the bathroom was completely empty. My first thought was that I'd somehow missed her leaving, even though I'd been facing the door in the mirror the entire time. I looked over at the row of stalls and noticed the end stall door was halfway open. I remember walking over slowly, my heart starting to beat faster, and pushing the door all the way open with my fingertips. Empty. All the stalls were empty. I checked every single one, pushing each door open with this growing sense of dread. Nobody was there. Just me. That's when it hit me. I hadn't heard the bathroom door open when the woman came in. The door to that restroom was heavy and creaky. You couldn't miss the sound of it opening and closing. But I hadn't heard it. And I hadn't heard any footsteps either, even though those tile floors always echoed when anyone walked on them. I got out of there so fast, I nearly collided with my mom in the hallway. I must have looked terrified because she immediately asked what was wrong. I couldn't even explain properly. I just kept saying we needed to leave right now. My dad joined us, and I finally managed to tell them what happened once we got outside. My mom tried to rationalize it. Maybe the woman had slipped out while I was focused on the mirror. Maybe the bathroom acoustics were weird. Dad suggested someone was playing a prank, but I knew what I saw and what I didn't hear. What freaks me out the most is that I was completely alone in that bathroom, yet I saw someone else there as clearly as I'm seeing this screen right now. I wasn't tired. I wasn't on medication. I wasn't imagining things. She was there, and then she wasn't. We kept going to Vintage Treasures after that. My parents loved the place too much to stop, but I completely changed how I use that bathroom. I get in and out as quickly as possible. No lingering at the mirror, no checking my phone, nothing. I'm in and out in under a minute, and I always check under the stall doors before I enter. I've never told many people about this because it sounds crazy, but after it happened, I did some research. The building that houses Vintage Treasures is over 100 years old. It used to be a department store in the 20s and 30s, then offices, and eventually got converted into the antique mall maybe 20 years ago. What I've been thinking about lately is that the bathroom is full of personal items that once belonged to people who are probably long dead. That vintage dressing table with the mirror where I was standing. Someone used to sit there every day doing their makeup or hair. Those brushes and hand mirrors on display, they were someone's prized possessions. I've started wondering if the woman I saw was somehow attached to one of those items. Maybe she was just going through the motions of her daily routine, using a bathroom that no longer exists the way she remembers it. Maybe she doesn't even know she's dead, just visiting a place that feels familiar to her, confused by how it's changed. What disturbs me most is how normal she looked. She wasn't transparent or floating or any of that typical ghost stuff. She looked like a regular person, just a woman in a navy outfit walking to use the restroom. If I hadn't turned around and found the place empty, I would never have thought twice about her. Sometimes I wonder if I should try to see her again, maybe bring a camera or something, but then I remember how terrified I felt in that moment when I realized no one was there, and I don't think I could handle it. There's something deeply unsettling about seeing someone who couldn't be there. Last month, I was in the mall with my friend Katie, and we had to use the restroom. I warned her beforehand about my experience, but she just laughed it off. While we were in there, I kept my eyes down, refusing to look in the mirror for more than a second. Katie noticed and asked if I was still scared of my ghost lady. I didn't answer, but when we were washing our hands, I caught her staring into the mirror a little too long, like she was hoping to see something. "Did you see her?" I asked when we left. Katie just shrugged and said no, but the air felt weird in there, heavier somehow. That's exactly it. The air feels different in that bathroom, like it's pressed against your skin, like someone's watching you even when you're alone. I've tried to find out if anyone else has had similar experiences at Vintage Treasures. The employees I've casually asked just give me weird looks or laugh it off. One older lady who works there did pause when I mentioned the bathroom, but then she just said old buildings make people imagine things. But I know what I saw wasn't my imagination. Sometimes I catch myself looking for her when I'm out shopping. A woman in navy, walking with that same fluid movement. I never see her anywhere else. I've been back to that bathroom maybe 15 times since it happened, always with my mom or a friend, never alone. And every single time I feel like someone's going to appear in the mirror behind me. I get this prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone's breathing there. The air gets colder near the stalls, even in summer. A part of me wants to go back alone, to stand at that mirror and wait, to see if she appears again. But a bigger part is terrified of what might happen if she does. What if she notices me this time? What if she tries to communicate? Or worse, what if she tries to take me with her to wherever she goes when she disappears? I know this sounds dramatic, but when you experience something you can't explain, it changes you. It makes you question everything you thought you knew about reality. I used to think ghost stories were just that, stories. Now I'm not so sure. Sometimes I dream about her. In my dreams, she turns to face me, and her face is always blurry or shadowed. She tries to speak, but I can never hear what she's saying. I always wake up with this overwhelming sense of sadness, like she's trying to tell me something important and I can't understand. I don't know if I'll ever find out who she was or why she appeared to me that day. Maybe she's still there, walking to the stall at the end of the bathroom, replaying that moment over and over, not realizing that her world is gone. And sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night, I wonder if that's what happens to all of us when we die, if we just keep going through the motions in places we once knew, not realizing that everything has changed. All I know is that I saw her, as real as anything, and then she was gone, and I still can't explain it. Story 7. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my immediate family because it sounds so unbelievable, but it's been 11 years now, and I still can't explain what happened that day. I was 13 years old, living in a quiet suburb just outside Chicago. It was summer break, and like any teenager in the early 2000s, I was spending most of my time either hanging out with friends or talking to them online. That particular day was just an ordinary Tuesday afternoon in July. My parents were both working late, and I was home alone, except for my dog, Cooper. He was a golden retriever mix, super friendly and always wanting attention. I remember I was sprawled across my bed, FaceTiming with my best friend Jordan, while absent-mindedly scratching behind Cooper's ears. Jordan and I had been best friends since 4th grade. We were inseparable during the school year, and during summer breaks, we'd spend hours on video calls when we couldn't be at each other's houses. That day, Jordan was at home organizing her closet, a massive summer cleaning project her mum had been nagging her about for weeks. I could see Jordan's iPad was propped up on her vanity, giving me a view of her chair and the wall behind it. The vanity shared a wall with her closet, which is where Jordan was working, going in and out of frame as she sorted through piles of clothes. "Emma, do you think I should keep this sweater? I've had it since 7th grade, but I've only worn it like twice," Jordan called out from inside her closet, partially out of frame. I was about to answer when Cooper nudged his head under my hand, demanding more pets. "Cooper, you're so needy," I laughed, giving him a good scratch. When I looked back at my screen, something felt off. Jordan's chair, which had been tucked neatly under her vanity, was now slightly pulled out. Not by much, maybe just a few inches, but enough that I noticed. At first, I figured maybe Jordan had bumped it when she walked by. I didn't think much of it and continued our conversation, telling her that if she hadn't worn the sweater in a year, she should probably donate it. But a few minutes later, when I glanced back at the screen, the chair had moved again. This time, it was about a foot away from the vanity. I blinked hard, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me. I'd been staring at screens all day, after all. But when I focused again, the chair was definitely farther out than before. "Hey, Jordan, did you move your chair?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. "What?" "No, I'm in the closet," she called back, her voice muffled among the hangers. I squinted at the screen. The entire chair was in frame, and there was definitely no one touching it. A chill ran down my spine, but I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the floor was uneven, or maybe the chair was sliding on its own somehow. But then, over the next few minutes, I watched as the chair inched even farther away from the vanity. It wasn't a smooth movement, more like small jerks every minute or so. By now, it was several feet away from where it had started. My heart was beating faster. Cooper must have sensed my anxiety because he sat up and stared at me with those concerned dog eyes. "Jordan," I said, my voice slightly higher than normal, "your chair is moving." Jordan emerged from the closet, holding a handful of t-shirts. "What are you talking about?" She turned to look at the chair, and I saw her face change. The color drained from her cheeks as she realized the chair was nowhere near where she'd left it. "I didn't touch it," she said quietly. "I swear I didn't touch it." "Could it be your brother?" I asked, though I was pretty sure I already knew the answer. "Nobody's home," Jordan replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "My mom's at work, and Matt's at baseball practice." We both fell silent, staring at the chair. I could see the entire room in the frame of her iPad. There was nowhere someone could be hiding to pull a prank. Plus, the chair wasn't attached to any strings or anything that could be pulling it. It was just moving on its own. And then it happened. The chair, which had been sitting still for maybe 30 seconds, suddenly flew backward, slamming into the wall with such force that I could hear the bang through my speakers. We both screamed. I remember dropping my phone, and Cooper started barking frantically. When I picked my phone back up with shaking hands, Jordan was standing frozen in her room, her face completely white. "What the fuck was that?" I whispered, though I'm not sure why I was whispering in my own empty house. "I don't know," Jordan said, her voice trembling. "I don't know, Emma. I really don't know." We were both silent for a long moment, just staring at each other through our screens. Part of me wanted to hang up, to pretend this wasn't happening, but I was also terrified for Jordan. What if she was in danger? "Should you call your mom?" I asked. Jordan shook her head. "She can't leave work. She's the only one on her shift today." She took a deep breath. "It's probably nothing. Maybe there was an earthquake or something." We both knew that was ridiculous. An earthquake wouldn't move just one chair while leaving everything else in place. But we were desperate for any explanation that wasn't supernatural. After a few minutes, Jordan cautiously approached the chair and moved it back to its original position by the vanity. We tried to continue our conversation normally, both of us pretending that what had just happened wasn't completely terrifying. I need to get some trash bags from downstairs for all this stuff I'm donating, Jordan said eventually. I'll be right back. I nodded, still feeling uneasy. As Jordan left the room, I found myself staring intently at the screen, watching the chair as if I expected it to move again. Cooper had settled down next to me, but I could feel him still on alert, his body tense against mine. The house was quiet on Jordan's end. I could see her empty bedroom, the chair sitting innocently by the vanity, as if nothing had happened. The pile of clothes Jordan had sorted was visible on her bed, and sunlight was streaming through her curtains, creating patterns on her carpet. Everything looked so normal, so peaceful. Maybe we had overreacted. Maybe there was a logical explanation for what had happened. And then I saw it. From the top of the screen, which would be the ceiling in Jordan's room, something dropped down into view. It looked like a rope dangling in front of the camera. But not just any rope. The end of it was tied in what looked horribly like a noose. My blood turned to ice. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The noose just hung there, swaying slightly, as if inviting someone to put their head through it. I don't remember consciously deciding to end the call. My body reacted before my brain could process what was happening. I jabbed at the end button so hard I nearly cracked my screen. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. Cooper was whining now, pressing against me as if trying to comfort me. I must have looked terrified. Almost immediately my phone lit up with Jordan calling me back. I hesitated, my finger hovering over the screen. What if something had happened to her? What if something else was calling me from her phone? Finally, I answered. Emma, what happened? Why did you hang up? Jordan sounded confused, not scared. There was a rope, I managed to say. A rope dropped down in front of your camera. It looked like a noose. There was silence on the other end. Jordan, are you there? Emma, I don't have any rope in my room, Jordan said slowly. And I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not making this up, I insisted, my voice rising. I saw it. It came down from the ceiling right in front of your iPad. I believe you saw something, Jordan said carefully, but there's nothing here. I'm looking at my ceiling right now, and there's nothing hanging from it. I didn't know what to say. I had seen it. I was absolutely certain I had seen it. Maybe someone's playing a prank on us, Jordan suggested hesitantly, like hacking into our FaceTime or something. Even at 13, I knew that wasn't how FaceTime worked, but I clung to any explanation that wasn't supernatural. Yeah, maybe, I said, not believing it for a second. We stayed on the call for another hour, both of us too scared to hang up. Nothing else happened. The chair stayed put. No more ropes appeared. Eventually, Jordan's mum came home and we said goodbye. That night I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that chair moving across the floor, slamming into the wall. I saw that rope dangling in front of the camera. Cooper stayed by my side all night, as if he knew I needed the protection. The next day at school, Jordan and I talked about what had happened. She swore to me that she hadn't been playing a prank. The chair had moved on its own, and she had no explanation for the rope I saw. We even looked up her house history, wondering if maybe someone had died there, but found nothing unusual. Over the years, I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe the chair was on wheels and the floor was uneven. Maybe what I thought was a noose was just a cord from Jordan's blinds that had fallen down. Maybe my 13-year-old imagination had turned something ordinary into something sinister. But the way that chair slammed into the wall, there's no rational explanation for that. And Jordan has never wavered from her story. 11 years later, she still insists she wasn't pranking me, that she experienced the same inexplicable events I did. I don't know what happened in Jordan's room that day. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. All I know is that it was real and it was terrifying, and sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I still think about that chair moving on its own and that rope dropping down from nowhere, and I wonder what would have happened if Jordan had stayed in that room just a little longer. Story 8. I've debated for years whether to share this. Part of me wants to forget it ever happened, but I know what I experienced was real. I was 17 back then, the summer before my senior year. It's been over a decade, but I still get chills thinking about those 3 months when my family home turned into something out of a nightmare. It started small, like these things always do, just random door slams around the house. My mum would get annoyed thinking it was me coming home angry and slamming doors. I kept telling her it wasn't me, but parents never believe you at that age, right? The first time I knew something was seriously wrong was on a Friday night in June. My parents had gone to bed around 11 and I was up late playing video games in the basement. Around 12:30, I heard our basement door open and slam shut. It has this really distinctive sound. The handle makes this metal-on-metal click that I'd recognize anywhere. At first I thought maybe my dad had gotten up to get water or something. Then it happened again and again. I counted 7 times in a row. Open, slam, each time getting more forceful. I paused my game and went upstairs. The house was completely silent now. I checked the basement door. It was closed and nobody was around. I woke up my dad and he grabbed a baseball bat from his closet. We searched the entire house together, checking every closet, under every bed, the garage, everywhere. Nothing. Nobody had broken in. All the windows and doors were locked from the inside. My dad tried to play it off like maybe it was the wind or the house settling, but the look on his face told me he didn't believe that any more than I did. The following Monday, I got home from school around 3. Nobody else was home. Mum was at work. Dad was on a business trip. I dropped my backpack in the kitchen and headed to the fridge for a snack. That's when I heard it. Footsteps, heavy footsteps walking across the floor upstairs, right above the kitchen. It sounded like someone wearing boots, each step making the ceiling creak. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed a knife from the drawer and slowly made my way upstairs, convinced someone had broken in. I checked every room, looked under every bed, in every closet. Nothing. The house was empty. I went back downstairs, still holding the knife, and the footsteps started again. This time, they were moving from my parents' bedroom, down the hall, into my room, then back to their room. Back and forth, back and forth. For almost 20 minutes, I sat frozen on the couch, listening to something, pacing upstairs. I called my friend Tyler to come over because I couldn't stand being alone, and the footsteps finally stopped, just before he arrived. I didn't tell my parents about the footsteps. I was worried they'd think I was making it up, or worse, that I was losing my mind. But then things escalated. I started hearing my name being called from different parts of the house. The first time it happened, I was in my room with headphones on. I distinctly heard someone call Chris, right next to my ear, so clearly that I yanked my headphones off and spun around. Nobody was there. I might have convinced myself I was imagining things if my girlfriend Jess hadn't experienced it too. She was staying over one Saturday night. My parents were cool like that, and I had fallen asleep before her. The next morning, she looked really freaked out. She told me that while I was sleeping, she heard someone clearly say my name twice, like they were standing right next to the bed. She said it sounded like a man's voice, kind of raspy. She'd shaken me awake, but I didn't hear anything. Then the physical stuff started happening, and that's when it got really terrifying. I had this thick glass beer mug my uncle had given me. Don't judge, I was 17 and thought it was cool. It was heavy, solid glass, the kind you'd find in a German beer hall. One morning I came downstairs and found it sitting on the kitchen counter, cut perfectly in half at a 45-degree angle. Not broken, not shattered, cut. The edge was smooth, like it had been sliced with a laser beam or a samurai sword. There wasn't a single chip or crack, just a perfect, clean cut through inch-thick glass. My mum saw it and just stared. She picked it up, ran her finger along the edge, and put it down without saying a word. We never talked about it. A week later, I woke up with 3 long scratches running from my hairline nearly to my nose. They weren't deep enough to bleed much, but they stung like hell. I hadn't had them when I went to bed. My dad suggested maybe I'd scratched myself in my sleep, but they were perfectly parallel lines, evenly spaced. No human fingernails could do that. My phone would ring, but when I'd answer it, no one would be there. Sometimes the ringing didn't even come from my phone. It seemed to be coming from inside the wall. I'd hear it ring, check my phone to see no incoming call, and the ringing would continue. The activity seemed to intensify whenever I had friends over. One night, Tyler and his brother Mark were sleeping over. We'd stayed up late watching horror movies, stupid I know, and finally crashed around 2 in the morning. Mark was sleeping in the living room on the couch, Tyler was on the floor in my room, and I was in my bed. Around 4 a.m., Mark started shouting. We all ran downstairs to find him standing on the couch, pointing at the antique coffee table. This table was a family heirloom, solid oak, heavy as hell, built in the 1920s. It was completely dismantled. The top piece had been removed and thrown about 15 feet across the room. The legs were separated and placed in a neat row on the floor. There's no way any of us could have done this without tools. The table was held together with wooden pegs and ancient joinery, and nothing was broken or bent. It was like someone had carefully taken it apart piece by piece. Mark swore he woke up and watched it happening, but couldn't move or make a sound until it was done. Later that same day, Mark was heading upstairs to use the bathroom when he suddenly backed down the stairs, white as a sheet. He said he saw a large orb of light coming up the stairs toward him, not like a reflection or a trick of light, a solid 3-dimensional sphere about the size of a basketball, glowing a dull blue color. Tyler and I ran to look, but by then there was nothing there. Mark refused to go back upstairs and went home early. He never came to my house again. The most terrifying incident happened in August, near the end of summer. I'd been out with friends and got home around midnight. My parents were already asleep. I was in the kitchen getting a glass of water when I heard my mom's voice, clear as day, coming from the darkened living room. "Where's he at?" she asked. Just those 3 words, in my mom's exact voice. I froze. I knew my mum was upstairs sleeping. I stood there for what felt like a full minute, unable to move, paralyzed with fear. I finally managed to turn on the light, and of course the living room was empty. I ran upstairs and checked my parents' room. Both of them were sound asleep. My mom later confirmed she hadn't gotten up at all that night. After that incident, the activity began to diminish. The door slams became less frequent, the footsteps stopped, and eventually, by September, everything had returned to normal. It was like whatever had invaded our home had simply moved on. The strangest part? We never really talked about it as a family. My parents, my girlfriend Tyler, we all experienced things in that house that defied explanation. But after it ended, it was like we had a silent agreement not to discuss it. Maybe we were afraid talking about it would bring it back. Maybe we just wanted to pretend it never happened. I'm 28 now, living in my own place, 2 states away from my childhood home. My parents still live there and haven't reported anything unusual since that summer, but I won't go back there alone. I won't stay overnight. Something was in that house with us, something that could manipulate physical objects, something that could mimic my mother's voice, something that knew my name. I've spent years trying to rationalize what happened. Gas leak, mass hysteria, sleep deprivation. I've considered every logical explanation, but nothing explains the glass mug cut in half, the dismantled table, the scratches on my face. Nothing explains how multiple people experience the same phenomena independently. That summer changed me. It opened my eyes to the possibility that there are things in this world we don't understand. Things science can't explain. I'm not religious, I'm not particularly spiritual, but I know what I experienced wasn't just in my head. I still have that half of the beer mug. I keep it in A box in my closet. Sometimes, when I start to doubt my memories, I take it out and run my finger along that impossibly smooth edge. And I remember. Some houses have bad energy. Some places attract things we can't see. And sometimes, those things notice us back. Story 9. I've been holding this in for almost 3 years now, and I think I'm finally ready to share what happened at my old apartment in Los Angeles. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear that same giggle coming from down the hall. I moved to Los Angeles in the summer of 2015 for a job in advertising. The housing market was insane, so when I found a one-bedroom in Los Feliz that I could actually afford, I jumped on it. The building was this beautiful old Art Deco place from the 1920s. Lots of character, high ceilings, original hardwood floors. The kind of place that would cost a fortune if it was renovated, but it wasn't, which is why I could afford it. From the moment I moved in, something felt off. Not scary necessarily, just different. The apartment had this weird layout with super long hallways that seemed to stretch longer than they should have. The kitchen was basically a narrow corridor with cabinets lining both walls, leading to a small breakfast nook with a window. It was charming in that vintage way, but also kind of claustrophobic. The first weird thing I noticed happened about 3 weeks after moving in. I came home from work one evening, exhausted after a 12-hour day, and every single cabinet in the kitchen was open. Not just cracked open, they were all open at exactly the same angle, about 45 degrees. Both the upper and lower cabinets, all perfectly aligned, like someone had measured them with a protractor. I remember standing there in the kitchen entryway, my takeout bag dropping to the floor, just staring. I knew for a fact I'd closed them all that morning. I always did. I'm kind of neurotic about things like that. I walked through the entire apartment, checking for signs of a break-in, but nothing was missing. The windows were locked. The door hadn't been tampered with. I chalked it up to maybe not closing them properly and air pressure or something, even though deep down I knew that made 0 sense. After that, it happened again and again. About once a week, I'd come home to find all the cabinets open at that exact same angle. I started taking pictures on my phone because I thought I was losing my mind. I showed my best friend Megan, and she suggested it might be subtle earthquakes. This is LA after all, but earthquakes don't open cabinets with such precision. I started closing them more forcefully, making sure the little magnetic catches engaged. I even put a small piece of tape on a few as a test. Still, they would open, always when I wasn't home, always to the exact same angle. It wasn't just the cabinets, though. I'd find things moved around the apartment. Nothing major, just small stuff. Like my keys would be on the coffee table instead of the hook by the door, or a book I was reading would be in a different spot than where I left it. My hairbrush would be on the opposite side of the bathroom counter. Little things that made me question my memory. About 6 months in, I started hearing things. At first, it was just faint sounds that I could rationalize, old pipes, neighbors, street noise. But then I started hearing what sounded like a child's voice, not scary or threatening, just there. Sometimes it was just a few indistinct words, other times it was humming or singing. And the giggling, that's what really got to me. It was always distant, like it was coming from the far end of the hallway or from inside the walls. I told myself it was the neighbors, maybe they had a kid visiting, maybe sound carried strangely in these old buildings. I tried everything to explain it away. Then came the night that changed everything. It was a Friday in October, about 8 months after I moved in. I'd been out with co-workers for happy hour and got home around 9:30. The moment I opened the door, I felt something different in the air. It's hard to explain, like the apartment was more awake than usual. I dropped my bag and keys on the entry table and walked toward the kitchen to get some water. All the cabinets were open. Again, that same precise 45-degree angle. "Oh, come on," I said out loud, annoyed more than scared at this point. "This is getting old." That's when I heard it. The giggle. Clear as day, not muffled or distant like before. It came from the hallway behind me. I froze, my heart slamming against my ribs. Slowly, I turned around. There she was. A little girl, maybe 7 or 8 years old, standing at the end of the hallway near the bathroom. She had brown hair in pigtails tied with ribbon, and she was wearing a cream-colored dress that looked like something from an old photograph. High collar, lace details, falling just below her knees. She was barefoot. She wasn't transparent or floating or anything like that. She looked completely solid, like any normal child, except I could tell she wasn't. There was something about the way the hallway lights seemed to both illuminate her and pass through her at the same time. We stared at each other for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. Then she smiled, a sweet, mischievous smile, and turned, walking toward the living room. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just watched as she disappeared around the corner. After what seemed like an eternity, I managed to unfreeze myself and cautiously followed. The living room was empty. I checked every possible hiding spot, even though I knew she couldn't be hiding anywhere. There was nowhere for her to go. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on my couch with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan the building made. By morning, I'd convinced myself I'd had some kind of hallucination from stress or exhaustion. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. After that night, things escalated. I'd hear her giggling more frequently. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of her, a flash of cream-colored dress disappearing around a corner, the sound of small footsteps running down the hallway when I was alone in the apartment. Once, I was taking a shower and saw tiny handprints appear in the steam on the glass door, forming from the inside out as if someone was pressing their hands against it from the other side. The cabinet thing continued, but now other things started happening too. I'd find my makeup arranged in perfect circles on my vanity. My shoes would be paired differently than how I left them. Once, I came home to find all my throw pillows stacked in a perfect tower in the middle of the living room floor. None of it was threatening. It all felt playful, like a child amusing herself. I started talking to her, not because I believed in ghosts necessarily, but because I didn't know what else to do. I'd say things like, "Good morning," when I got up, or "I'm heading out now," when I left for work. I never got verbal responses, but sometimes I'd hear that giggle, or a door would close gently, or I'd feel a sudden cold spot pass by me, acknowledgements of a sort. I did some research on the building's history. It was built in 1922 and had been apartments ever since. I couldn't find any specific records of a child dying there, but given its age, it wouldn't be surprising if someone had. Los Angeles had a tuberculosis epidemic in the early 20th century, and children were especially vulnerable. One morning, about a year after moving in, I woke up to find a very old, small hair ribbon on my nightstand. It was faded pink, fraying at the edges, and looked exactly like the ones in the little girl's pigtails. I have no idea where it came from. I didn't own anything like it, and it definitely wasn't there when I went to bed. I put it in a small box and kept it in my drawer. Somehow throwing it away felt wrong. The most intense experience happened on a random Tuesday night. I was in bed reading when I heard what sounded like someone dragging something heavy down the hallway. I got up to investigate and found my suitcase in the middle of the living room floor, open, with some of my clothes neatly folded inside, as if packed for a trip. As I stood there staring at it, completely bewildered, I heard the giggle again, right behind me. I spun around, and there she was, standing by the window, her hands clasped behind her back, rocking slightly on her heels like children do when they're pleased with themselves. "Did you do this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She nodded, still smiling. "Why?" I asked. She just tilted her head, as if confused by the question, then pointed at the suitcase, then at me, then at the door. Before I could say anything else, she turned and walked straight through the wall. I unpacked the suitcase and put it away, trying to understand what had happened. Was she trying to tell me to leave? Was she playing some kind of game? I never figured it out. Over the next 2 years, we developed a strange kind of roommate relationship. I'd come to expect the open cabinets and moved objects. Sometimes I'd find small arrangements of my things, pens lined up by size, coins stacked in tiny towers, books rearranged by color instead of author. Once, I came home to find all my fruit arranged in a perfect circle on the kitchen counter. I started leaving little things out for her, a small toy I bought at a thrift store, colored pencils and paper, a little music box. They'd move around the apartment, and sometimes I'd find the paper with crude drawings that appeared when I wasn't looking, stick figures, houses, flowers, child's drawings. I know how this all sounds. Trust me, I do. If someone had told me this story before I lived it, I'd think they were making it up or needed serious help. But when you experience something like this day after day, month after month, you either accept it or you drive yourself crazy trying to deny it. I finally moved out 6 months ago. Not because of her, I actually got weirdly attached to my little ghost friend, but because I got a new job in San Francisco. On my last night in the apartment, after the movers had taken almost everything, I sat on the floor of the empty living room and said goodbye out loud, feeling slightly ridiculous but also genuinely sad. Just as I was about to leave, I heard the giggle one last time, and when I turned to look down the hallway, there she was, waving goodbye. Then she turned and skipped away, disappearing into nothing. I still have that faded pink ribbon. Sometimes I take it out and look at it, wondering about the little girl in the cream-colored dress who spent nearly 3 years opening my cabinets and rearranging my things. I wonder if she's still there, playing with whoever lives in that apartment now. I wonder if they hear her giggle, or if they've seen her standing in the hallway, smiling her mischievous smile. I wonder if they know to check the cabinets when they get home. Story 10. I've never been able to shake what happened in my childhood home. I'm 32 now, but I still get this cold, sick feeling in my stomach whenever I think about it. I've never shared this online before, but I need to get this off my chest. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. When I was 17, my mom and I moved back into our old house after 4 years away. My parents had divorced, and we'd lost the house to foreclosure, but somehow my mom managed to get it back. I was honestly pretty upset about moving back. That house never felt right to me, especially the basement. Even as a little kid, I refused to go down. There alone. It was about a week after we moved back in. We had a roommate, Sarah, who was renting out our spare bedroom to help with the mortgage. Mom was making dinner, and she asked me to put some groceries in the deep freezer in the basement laundry room. "Can't you do it?" I remember asking, trying not to sound like a scared little kid. Mom rolled her eyes. "Emma, you're 17. You need to get over this basement thing." I knew she was right. I was being ridiculous. It was just a basement, and I wasn't a child anymore. So I grabbed the bags and headed toward the basement door, trying to psych myself up. The stairs creaked under my feet as I descended. Our basement was partially finished. A small TV room to the left at the bottom of the stairs, and the laundry room storage area to the right. The laundry room had this old concrete floor that was always cold, even in summer. The walls were this gross yellowish color from years of moisture. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I got that feeling. You know when the hair on the back of your neck stands up? That. The air felt different down there, heavier somehow. I told myself I was being stupid and walked quickly toward the laundry room. The light in the laundry room was one of those pull-string bulbs hanging from the ceiling. I stepped into the dark room and reached up for the string, fumbling around for it in the darkness. And that's when I saw her, in the corner of my eye, a flash of white. I froze, my hand still up in the air, reaching for the light. I slowly turned my head to look, and there she was. a little girl, maybe 10 years old. But she wasn't solid. She was like a faded photograph, whitish and see-through. She had shoulder-length hair and was wearing what looked like a white dress. She wasn't doing anything threatening. She was just standing there watching me. But holy shit, I've never been so terrified in my life. My entire body went cold and I couldn't breathe. I backed up slowly, the grocery bag still clutched in my hands, my eyes never leaving the spot where she stood. The moment I reached the doorway, I dropped everything and ran up those stairs on all fours like a freaking animal. I'm not exaggerating. I literally scrambled up those stairs as fast as my limbs would carry me. I burst into the kitchen, gasping for air. My mom turned around, surprised. What happened? Where are the groceries? I tried to explain what I'd seen, but I was shaking so badly I could barely get the words out. When I finally managed to tell her about the little girl, she sighed heavily. Emma, come on. You've always been afraid of that basement. Your imagination is just running wild. Mom, I'm not making this up. There was someone there. She didn't believe me. She went down to the basement herself, turned on all the lights, and brought up the groceries. She told me there was nothing there, that I was just letting my old fears get to me. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept thinking about the girl's face, how sad she looked, how she seemed to be staring right through me. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, that Mom was right. But deep down, I knew what I'd seen. About a week later, I was doing homework in my room when Sarah, our roommate, came in. She looked pale. Hey, Emma, has anything weird ever happened in this house? She asked. My stomach dropped. What do you mean? I don't know, it's probably nothing, she said, fidgeting with her bracelet. I was doing my makeup in my room and I thought I saw... This is going to sound crazy, but I thought I saw a little girl standing in the hallway just watching me. My blood ran cold. Sarah's room was right next to the laundry room on the first floor. What did she look like? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. That's the weird part. She wasn't solid, like I could kind of see through her. She had this white dress on, and her hair was about here, she said, touching her shoulders. I hadn't told Sarah about what I'd seen in the basement. There's no way she could have known. I told her then, and we both got goosebumps. When Mom got home from work, Sarah and I both told her what had happened. With two of us seeing the same thing independently, she finally seemed to take it seriously. She admitted that when I was little, I used to talk about the girl who lives downstairs, but she'd always assumed it was an imaginary friend. After that, things got worse. We'd hear footsteps when no one was there. Items would move from where we left them. Sometimes in the middle of the night, the TV would turn on by itself, always to static. The worst was when I'd feel someone watching me. I'd be doing something normal, homework, reading, watching TV, and suddenly get this overwhelming feeling that someone was standing right behind me. I'd spin around, heart racing, but no one would be there. Yet the feeling would persist, this heavy awareness of being observed. One night, about a month after we moved back in, I woke up around 3 a.m. to the sound of a child crying. It was coming from the basement. I lay there, frozen in fear, as the crying continued, soft, heartbroken sobs that made my chest ache despite my terror. I must have fallen back asleep eventually, because the next thing I knew, my alarm was going off for school. I asked Mom and Sarah if they'd heard anything in the night, but they both said no. We lived with the little girl for almost 2 years. Sometimes weeks would pass without incident, and we'd start to relax, thinking maybe it was over. Then something would happen, a glimpse of her in a mirror, objects moving, that terrible crying in the night, and we'd be on edge all over again. When I was 19, I moved out to go to college. It was such a relief to live somewhere normal, somewhere I didn't have to check corners and reflections constantly. Mom and Sarah stayed in the house, and occasionally they'd mention strange occurrences, but they seemed to happen less frequently after I left. Over the years, I've moved in and out of Mum's house several times. After college, when I was looking for a job, after a bad breakup, when I couldn't afford rent on my own, and most recently during the pandemic when I lost my job. Each time, I'd tell myself that I was older now, that I'd imagined the whole thing or blown it out of proportion in my memory. For years, nothing happened. The house felt normal. I started to believe that maybe it had been our collective imagination or some weird, shared delusion brought on by the stress of moving back. But 3 months ago, it started again. I was doing laundry in the basement, something I'd finally gotten comfortable with after all these years. I'd just loaded the washing machine when the light flickered. I didn't think much of it. The wiring in this house has always been iffy, but then I felt it, that cold, heavy feeling, like the air itself had thickened around me. I turned slowly, and there she was, the same little girl, looking exactly as she had 15 years ago. Same white dress, same sad eyes. She hadn't aged a day. But something was different this time. She was closer, only about 10 feet away instead of across the room, and she spoke. In 15 years, she had never made a sound I could hear besides crying, but now she spoke in a voice that sounded like it was coming from underwater, distant and echoing. "You came back," she said. Just those 3 words, but they sent ice through my veins. I couldn't move. I couldn't even scream. We just stared at each other for what felt like an eternity before she slowly faded away, like mist dispersing. I told Mom what happened, and for the first time, she confessed something she'd never told me before. Apparently, her grandmother used to see a little girl in white in her house too. Not this house, but one across town where my mom grew up. The descriptions matched exactly. "I never believed her," Mom said quietly. "I thought she was just getting confused in her old age. Since then, the activity has increased. The little girl appears more frequently, always a little closer than before. Sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of the night to find her standing at the foot of my bed, just watching. I've started sleeping with the lights on, but it doesn't help. Last week, I was taking a shower when I noticed the water getting cold. I opened my eyes and saw her standing on the other side of the shower curtain, just a silhouette but unmistakable. I haven't been able to shower without someone else in the house since. Mom wants us to move, but the housing market is terrible right now, and we can't afford it. I've been researching the history of our house, trying to find out who this little girl might have been, but there's no record of any child dying here. The thing that scares me the most is what my mom told me about her grandmother. What if this isn't about the house at all? What if somehow this entity is attached to our family? What if no matter where we go, she'll find us? I don't know what to do. I'm writing this at my kitchen table at 4 in the morning because I can't sleep. A few minutes ago, I heard a child's laughter coming from the basement. I don't think she's going away this time. Story 11. I still don't like talking about the house my family and I lived in when I was 9. It's been almost 20 years now, but thinking about it still makes my stomach twist into knots. We moved to Millfield in the summer of 2004. Mom had gotten a job at the local hospital, and the rent was cheap enough that we could finally afford a place with a yard. The house itself was nothing special. Just a 2-story farmhouse on Maple Street with white siding that had seen better days and a wraparound porch with peeling paint. There was a detached garage and a shed in the back. From the outside, it looked like any other old house in rural America, but the moment I stepped through that front door, something felt wrong. I remember standing in the entryway while Mom chatted excitedly with the landlord about the character and charm of the place. All I could focus on was how hard it was to breathe, like the air was somehow thicker inside. I told myself it was just dust or the musty smell of an old house, but deep down, I knew it was something else. The first night, I barely slept. My bedroom was on the 2nd floor, at the end of the hallway. Mom had let me decorate it with my Harry Potter posters and stuffed animals, trying to make it feel like home. But nothing felt right. I kept waking up with the distinct feeling that someone was standing in the corner watching me. I'd turn on my lamp, heart pounding, only to find nothing there. But the moment the light went out, the feeling would return. After a few weeks, I stopped telling Mom about it. "It's just your imagination, Emma," she'd say, smoothing my hair. "New places always feel strange at first." But it wasn't getting better. If anything, the feeling of being watched was getting stronger, especially at night. Then the thoughts started. They weren't like normal thoughts. They felt pushed into my head from somewhere else. "Stay quiet," they'd whisper. "Don't make noise after dark. Something will hear you." I'd be brushing my teeth or reading a book, and suddenly my mind would fill with warnings. "Don't look out the window. Stay in bed. Be still." I started sleeping with my blanket pulled over my head, even in the summer heat, convinced that as long as I couldn't see out, nothing could see in. I developed little rituals, checking under my bed 3 times before getting in, making sure my closet door was completely closed, never sitting with my back to an open doorway. The worst part of the property, though, was the shed. It sat about 30 yards behind the house, a small structure with faded red paint and a rusted metal roof. From the first day, I knew there was something wrong with it. Mom used it to store the lawnmower and some gardening tools, but I refused to go near it. If I was playing in the yard, I'd position myself so I could always see the shed. I had this terrifying feeling that if I turned my back on it, something would emerge. Mum thought I was being silly. "It's just an old shed, Em," she'd laugh. "Nothing scary about it." But she didn't feel what I felt. That sensation of dread that washed over me whenever I looked at it, like it was watching me back. About 4 months after we moved in, I started having seizures. There was no family history of epilepsy, no previous health issues. The doctors ran tests, but couldn't find anything physically wrong with my brain. They called it childhood epilepsy and prescribed medication. Mom was worried sick, of course, but I had this creeping suspicion that the house had something to do with it. The seizures always happened at home, never at school or when we were visiting my grandparents. Then came the night I sleepwalked. I'd never done it before, and I've never done it since. I remember waking up, but not really waking up, like my body was moving, but my mind was floating somewhere between sleep and consciousness. I grabbed my pillow and walked out of my bedroom. I remember standing at the top of the stairs for what felt like forever, swaying slightly, hearing whispers that seemed to come from the walls themselves. I started down the stairs, one slow step at a time. When I reached the bottom, I turned toward the kitchen. Something was pulling me toward the back door, toward the yard, toward the shed. I couldn't resist it. I didn't want to resist it. I just knew I needed to go outside. I was halfway through the kitchen when I bumped into a chair. The scraping sound it made against the linoleum floor woke my mum, who came downstairs to find me standing there, clutching my pillow, staring blankly at the back door. "Emma," she said, turning on the light. "What are you doing, sweetie?" I couldn't answer her. I just started crying, these deep, body-shaking sobs that I couldn't control. She led me back to bed, worried and confused, and stayed with me until I fell asleep. The next morning, I couldn't explain what had happened, only that I'd felt drawn outside. I never told her where I think I was heading. The shed. I couldn't bear to say it out loud, like naming it would make the danger more real. But it wasn't just the shed. There was someone else, something else, at that house. I saw him for the first time in October. I was sitting on the front porch steps, waiting for Mum to finish getting ready so she could drive me to my friend Kaylee's birthday party. It was late afternoon, the sun starting to set, casting long shadows across the yard. I was playing with the ribbons on Kaylee's present when I felt that familiar prickle on the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched. I looked up, and there he was, standing across the street. An old man with wispy white hair and deeply lined skin. He wore a white button-up shirt and blue overalls with one strap unlatched, hanging loose at his side. He was just standing there staring at our house with this intense expression. But his face, there was something wrong with it. It wasn't deformed or scary in any obvious way. It was more like my brain couldn't quite process what I was seeing, like looking at an optical illusion that keeps shifting. For a few moments, he didn't notice me watching him. Then, slowly, his gaze shifted from the house to me. Our eyes met, and I felt a cold that had nothing to do with the October air. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even blink. It was like he was holding me in place somehow, pinning me with just his stare. "Emma, I'm ready!" Mom called from inside the house, and the spell broke. I gasped in a breath and quickly looked down at the present in my lap, my hands shaking. When I gathered the courage to look up again, the old man was gone, not walking away, not moving down the street, just gone, as if he'd never been there at all. I didn't tell Mom about him. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? But after that, I started seeing him more often, standing at the edge of our property, watching from across the street, always with that same unnerving stare. Always looking first at the house, then at me if he noticed I was watching, and always disappearing the moment I looked away or someone else came into view. The strange thing was, I somehow knew he wasn't connected to the shed. The dread I felt about the shed was different, darker, more primal. The old man frightened me, yes, but not in the same way. It was almost like he was warning me, though about what I couldn't say. As winter set in, my seizures got worse. I'd have 2 or 3 a week, always at home, always at night. Mom was beside herself with worry. We tried different medications, but nothing seemed to help. I started missing school, became withdrawn. The other kids thought I was weird, and maybe I was. How could I explain that I lived in a house where the walls seemed to whisper, where I felt constantly watched, where an old man who wasn't quite right appeared and disappeared at will? One night in January, I woke up to find myself standing at my bedroom window, staring out at the shed. It was snowing, the moonlight reflecting off the white ground, making everything eerily bright. And there, standing in front of the shed, was the old man in the overalls. He was looking up at my window, directly at me. His mouth moved like he was saying something, but I couldn't hear him through the glass. I pressed my palm against the cold window, and he mirrored the gesture, raising his hand as if to touch mine through the distance and the glass. Then his expression changed, from that intense stare to something like fear. He looked over his shoulder at the shed, then back at me, shaking his head violently, and I understood. He was warning me to stay away from it. Whatever was in that shed, whatever darkness lived there, it was dangerous, even to him. The next morning, I begged Mom to move. I cried, I pleaded. I even made up stories about kids at school bullying me. Anything to get out of that house. She was resistant at first. Moving was expensive. She'd just started getting established at her job. But I think the combination of my deteriorating health and increasingly erratic behavior finally convinced her. By spring, we were looking at apartments in the next town over. The day we moved out, I didn't look back. I sat in the passenger seat of Mum's car, staring straight ahead as we drove away. I didn't want to see the house, or the shed, or the old man if he was there. I just wanted to be gone. The most incredible thing happened once we moved. My seizures stopped. Completely. The doctors were baffled. They talked about spontaneous remission and outgrowing the condition, but I knew the truth. It was the house. It had been the house all along. Years later, when I was in high school, Mom and I were driving through Millfield on our way back from visiting my grandparents. We took a wrong turn and ended up on Maple Street. I saw the house before she did, still white, still slightly run down, but with a "for rent" sign in the yard. "Oh, look," Mom said, slowing down slightly. "Our old house is for rent again. Wonder if they fixed up that leaky roof in the—" "Drive," I interrupted, my voice tight with panic. The same feeling I'd had as a child came rushing back. That sensation of being watched, of something malevolent turning its attention toward me. "Please, Mom, just drive." She gave me a strange look, but pressed on the gas. As we passed, I couldn't help but look. The house seemed to stare back at me, and I swear I heard a voice in my head clear as day. "You don't belong here. No one belongs here. Leave." Later, I asked around town about the house. Apparently, no one had lived there for more than a year since we left. Families would move in, then move out suddenly, often without explanation. The current landlord had trouble even getting people to look at it. They'd approach the property and suddenly decide they weren't interested. I sometimes wonder about the old man, who he was, why he was there. Was he trying to protect me from whatever lived in the shed? Was he a victim of it himself? I'll never know. But sometimes, in my dreams, I still see him standing across the street, watching the house with that strange, distorted face, forever keeping his vigil against whatever darkness dwells in that ordinary-looking shed behind that ordinary-looking house in Millfield. I've never been back, I never will. Some places aren't meant for the living, and that house on Maple Street is one of them. Story 12. I've never been the type to believe in the paranormal. Ghost stories were always just that to me. Stories. But what happened in our house in Fairmont has completely changed my perspective on things I can't explain. I'm still trying to make sense of it all, and honestly, I'm not sure I ever will. My wife Sarah had been living in this old two-story house for about a year before I moved in after our wedding. It's a beautiful place, built back in 1901 when this was a mining town. Lots of character with those gorgeous hardwood floors and a wraparound porch that sold us both on it right away. Sarah never mentioned anything strange during that year. She lived there alone. Not a single weird occurrence. Then I moved in, and everything changed. It started small, maybe 3 weeks after I'd unpacked the last of my boxes. I was in the kitchen making coffee one morning when I heard footsteps upstairs. I assumed it was Sarah, but when I called out to her, she answered from the backyard where she was watering her plants. I brushed it off. Old houses make noise, right? But then it happened again the next day and the day after that. The footsteps were always in places where no one was. Heavy, deliberate steps across our bedroom floor or down the hallway when we were both downstairs. Sometimes they'd stop right outside whatever room we were in, like someone was standing there, listening. Then came the shadows. The first time I saw one, I was half asleep in bed. It was around 2 in the morning, and I opened my eyes to see what I thought was Sarah standing in the doorway. The silhouette was just peeking around the corner, like someone playing hide and seek. I could only see half a face, but I swear it was making these weird expressions, kind of tilting its head from side to side. I mumbled something like, "What are you doing?" but got no response. When I heard the sink running in our bathroom, I realized Sarah wasn't at the door at all. I shot up in bed, wide awake now, and the silhouette disappeared. When Sarah came back to bed, I asked if she'd been standing in the doorway a minute ago. "I've been in the bathroom the whole time," she said, looking confused. "Why?" I didn't want to freak her out, so I just said I must have been dreaming. But I wasn't. I know what I saw. About a week later, we were both in bed reading when Sarah suddenly grabbed my arm so hard her nails dug into my skin. "Jason," she whispered, not taking her eyes off the doorway, "someone's there." I looked up and saw it again, that same dark silhouette, just half a face peeking around the doorframe. This time I jumped out of bed and ran toward it, but by the time I reached the door, there was nothing there. I checked every room in the house, made sure all the doors and windows were locked. Nothing was disturbed, no one had broken in. But we both saw it. We both saw someone, or something, watching us. After that night, Sarah admitted she'd been seeing the same figure for a couple weeks, but thought she was imagining things. She only spoke up when she realized I could see it too. That's when the real fear set in for both of us. We weren't just imagining things. Something was in our house with us. The incidents escalated quickly after that. We'd put something down on a table, keys, a book, a glass, and moments later it would fall to the floor. Not like it was knocked over accidentally, but like someone had pushed it with force. Our daughter Emily's toys would be arranged differently than how we left them. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night, always to static. Then one afternoon, I heard Emily scream from the bathroom. I ran in to find her picking herself up off the floor, crying that something had pushed her off the toilet. She was only 4 at the time, and the terror in her eyes wasn't something a child could fake. She refused to use that bathroom after that, always asking one of us to go with her to the downstairs powder room instead. One morning, Sarah noticed something on my back as I was getting dressed for work. 3 long scratches from my shoulder blade down to the middle of my back. They weren't deep, but they were definitely there, red and irritated. I had no explanation for them. I hadn't felt anything in the night, hadn't scraped against anything I could remember. They appeared while I was sleeping somehow. Sarah was the practical one, always had been. But after the scratches, something changed in her. She started researching cleansing rituals online, bought sage bundles from some new age shop 30 minutes away. She spent an entire Saturday walking through the house, burning sage in every corner, opening windows to let the negative energy out, even though it was freezing outside. When that didn't work, when we still heard the footsteps, still saw the silhouette, still had things inexplicably moving around, she called her grandmother. Nana Rosa was deeply religious and didn't approve of the sage burning. "That's pagan nonsense," she said. But she came, over with her bottle of holy water and Bible. She spent hours blessing each room, praying in every doorway, sprinkling holy water on our beds and windowsills. For 3 days after Nana Rosa's visit, things were quiet. We started to hope maybe it had worked. Then on the 4th night, I woke up to find Sarah wasn't in bed beside me. I found her sitting at the kitchen table, hands wrapped around a mug of cold tea, staring at nothing. "It was in Emily's room," she whispered when she saw me, standing over her bed, just watching her. I ran upstairs to check on Emily, who was sleeping peacefully, unaware. But when I turned to leave her room, I saw it, a dark mass in the corner, denser than the darkness around it. It wasn't the same silhouette from the doorway. This was something bigger, something that seemed to absorb the light around it. I backed out of the room, keeping my eyes on it until I was in the hallway. I didn't run, didn't slam the door. Some instinct told me not to show fear, not to acknowledge that I'd seen it. But I knew it had seen me. We started sleeping in Emily's room after that, making up some story about having a family sleepover. We took turns staying awake, watching the corners of the room, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. I started researching the history of our house, trying to find some explanation. What I discovered didn't help us sleep any better. Our house had been built for one of the mine supervisors back when Fairmont was a booming mining town. According to local records, there had been an accident in 1912 that killed 7 miners. The supervisor, who had lived in our house, had ignored safety concerns raised by the workers. After the accident, he claimed to be haunted by the dead men, telling people they followed him around the house, watching him. He killed himself in 1914. I didn't tell Sarah what I'd found. She was already scared enough. But knowing this history just confirmed what I was, already starting to believe our house wasn't just old. It was haunted. The activity kept escalating. Doors would slam shut when there was no draft. We'd hear whispering from empty rooms, not clear enough to make out words, but definitely voices. And the scratches appeared again, this time on Sarah's arm while she was cooking dinner. 3 parallel lines, just like the ones on my back. One night, after we'd put Emily to bed in our room, she refused to sleep in her own anymore. Sarah and I were sitting in the living room, trying to act normal, watching TV with the volume up loud enough to drown out any strange noises from elsewhere in the house. "I can't do this anymore," Sarah said suddenly, muting the TV. "We need to move, now. Not in a few months, not when our lease is up, now." I started to argue. Moving was expensive. We'd just gotten settled. maybe we could try another cleansing. But then I saw the look in her eyes. This wasn't just fear, this was something deeper, something primal, a mother who knew her child wasn't safe. "Okay," I said, "we'll start looking tomorrow." That's when every light in the house went out at once. Not like a power outage. The digital clock on the cable box was still on, the little LED on the router still blinking, just every single light bulb, simultaneously. And in the darkness, we heard Emily scream. I've never moved so fast in my life. We both raced upstairs, fumbling in the dark, tripping over ourselves to get to our bedroom where we'd left her sleeping. When we pushed open the door, the moonlight through the window illuminated Emily sitting up in bed, eyes wide with terror, pointing at the closet. "The shadow man," she whispered. "He came out of the closet and he's angry that you want to leave." I flipped the light switch, but nothing happened. Sarah grabbed Emily and pulled her close, while I cautiously approached the closet, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I don't know what I expected to find, what I could possibly do if I actually confronted whatever was in there, but some instinct to protect my family pushed me forward. As I reached for the closet door, the temperature in the room plummeted. I could see my breath clouding in front of me. My hand froze on the doorknob, not because I was scared, though I was terrified, but because I physically couldn't move it. Something was holding my arm in place. That's when I felt it. Breath on the back of my neck. Hot, despite the freezing air around us. And a whisper, right in my ear, so quiet I almost thought I imagined it. "Mine." Sarah screamed my name. I turned to see her staring at me in horror, and when I looked down, I saw why. Those same 3 scratches were appearing on my arm in real time, like invisible claws, dragging across my skin, breaking the surface, drawing blood. We didn't pack, didn't stop to grab anything. We ran out of that house with Emily in our arms and drove straight to a hotel. We never spent another night there. We sent movers to pack our things a week later, and I made sure they were only in the house during daylight hours. We lost our security deposit. We had to break our lease. We ended up moving 2 towns over and taking a financial hit that set us back years. But we got out. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night, feeling like someone's watching me from the doorway. Sometimes I still check Emily's room just to make sure she's alone in there. And sometimes, when I'm in the shower, I swear I feel fingers tracing those same 3 lines down my back. I don't know what was in that house in Fairmont. I don't know why it started when I moved in, or what it wanted from us. All I know is that I've never felt anything as evil as what lived in those walls. And I hope to God I never will again. Story 13. I've been debating whether to post this for months now. I'm not really the type to share personal stuff online, but I need to get this off my chest because it's been eating at me. I can't explain what happened that night, and honestly, I'm not sure I want an explanation. I'm a pizza delivery driver at one of those big chains everyone knows. Been doing it for about 3 years now in this mid-sized town between Dallas and Fort Worth. The pay isn't great, but tips are decent enough, and it helps pay the bills while I finish my associate's degree. Most nights are pretty routine. College kids ordering at 2 a.m., families during dinner rush, the occasional drunk tipper who gives you a 20 and says keep the change from a $30 order. This happened back in January, around 6 months ago. It was a Tuesday night, which is usually slow. I had been working since 4 in the afternoon, and by 8, I'd only made about 7 deliveries. I was hanging out in the back, scrolling through my phone, when Amber, one of our phone operators, called me over. "Hey Marcus, I've got an order for you," she said, looking a bit uncomfortable. I could tell something was off, just by her expression. "What's up? Bad address?" I asked, putting my phone away. She lowered her voice. The guy who called was weird, like breathing really heavy and talking all disjointed. Asked specifically for a male driver too, which was creepy enough. He sounded angry, maybe drunk. I don't know, but Barbara said no female drivers are taking this one. Barbara's our manager, and she's pretty protective of the women who work for us, especially after that incident last year when one of our drivers got followed home. I shrugged it off. I've dealt with weirdos before. What's the address? She handed me the ticket. 1428 Oakwood Lane. I'd never delivered there before, which was strange because I thought I'd covered every street in our delivery zone at least once by now. The name's JJD, Amber added. Totals $22.47. He already paid with a card, but it took him like 3 tries to get the numbers right. I grabbed the pizza bag and headed out to my car. I keep my SIG 9mm concealed in my car. I have a license and everything. I don't usually bring it to the door, but after what Amber said, I decided I'd keep it on me this time. Our town isn't particularly dangerous, but you never know, especially when you're carrying cash at night. I punched the address into my GPS and started driving. It was one of those cold, clear January nights where the air feels sharp when you breathe it in. The address took me to a part of town I rarely visit. Older homes, built probably in the 70s, most of them well maintained except for a few neglected properties. When I pulled up to 1428 Oakwood Lane, I immediately felt something was off. It was a single-story bungalow with peeling beige paint and a completely overgrown front yard. The driveway was empty, and there was only one dim light visible through the front window. The neighboring houses had cars in the driveways and lights on, but this place looked abandoned almost. I parked on the street and double-checked the address on my phone. This was definitely it. I remember sitting there for a moment, just staring at the house. Something about it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I checked my SIG, made sure it was secure in my holster under my jacket, and grabbed the pizza bag. As I walked up the cracked concrete path to the front door, I could have sworn I heard someone yelling inside, a man's voice, angry and slurred. I hesitated, then continued forward. The porch light wasn't on, so I had to use my phone flashlight to find the doorbell. When I pressed it, I didn't hear anything ring inside. I knocked loudly. "Pizza delivery!" I called out. The yelling inside stopped abruptly. I heard what sounded like a cabinet slamming, and then nothing. Complete silence. I knocked again, louder this time. "Hello? Pizza delivery for JJD." Nothing. I tried calling the number on the ticket, but it went straight to voicemail after one ring. At this point, most drivers would just leave, but something kept me there. I don't know if it was curiosity or stubbornness or what. I decided to check if there was a back entrance. I walked around the side of the house, using my phone flashlight to navigate through the overgrown yard. The grass was tall, like it hadn't been cut in months, and there were these weird patches where it looked like something had been dragged through it. When I reached the back, I found the back door had been boarded up with plywood. Same with all the windows on that side of the house. It looked like someone had sealed the place up from the inside. That's when I felt it. This overwhelming sense of dread washing over me. My heart started racing, and I felt like I couldn't catch my breath. It wasn't just fear. It was like this crushing weight pressing down on me. And then I heard it, so faint I almost thought I imagined it. "Get out." It wasn't shouted. It was barely a whisper, but I heard it clear as day, like someone had spoken directly into my ear. I spun around, nearly dropping the pizza, but there was nobody there. I'm not ashamed to admit I practically ran back to the front of the house. As I was rushing back to my car, a woman walking her dog on the opposite side of the street called out to me. "Hey, what are you doing at that house?" she asked, her voice sharp with suspicion. I stopped, trying to catch my breath and appear normal. "Just delivering a pizza," I said, holding up the bag as proof. She frowned and crossed the street toward me, keeping her small terrier close. She was maybe in her 60s, with short grey hair and a quilted jacket. "That's impossible," she said flatly. "Nobody lives there." "Someone ordered a pizza," I insisted. "Someone named JJD." The woman's face went pale, like not just surprised pale, but drained of blood pale. Her dog started whining and pulling at the leash. "Who did you say?" she asked, her voice trembling. "JJD. That's what was on the order?" She grabbed my arm, her fingers digging in so hard it hurt. "James Joseph Denning, is that who ordered?" I pulled back, startled by her reaction. "I don't know the full name, ma'am, just the initials." "Young man, nobody has lived in that house for almost 3 years, she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. "Not since James Denning killed his wife, and then himself in there. They found her in the bathtub, and him in the kitchen. Gunshot wounds." I felt like someone had dumped ice water down my back. "That's not possible. Someone called our store less than 30 minutes ago. They paid with a credit card." "James always ordered pizza on Tuesdays," she continued, as if she hadn't heard me. "It was their tradition. He was always so nice to everyone, until he wasn't. Nobody saw it coming." I stood there, pizza still in hand, trying to process what she was saying. "Look, maybe someone's moved in recently, or maybe it's being rented out." She shook her head. "It's been tied up in probate. His brother and her parents have been fighting over it. Nobody's set foot in there except the police and the cleanup crew." I must have looked as confused and freaked out as I felt, because she softened a bit. "I've lived across the street for 20 years. I knew them. He was JJ to everyone. JJD in his business emails. I helped him with his taxes once." My mouth went dry. When did this happen exactly?" "January 17th, 3 years ago," she said. "Today's date." I don't remember much about the drive back to the pizza shop. I was on autopilot, trying to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone was squatting in the house. Maybe the old lady was confused or lying. When I got back, Amber looked surprised to see me still carrying the pizza. "Customer wasn't home," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Weird. Did you try calling?" "Yeah, went to voicemail." I hesitated, then asked, "Hey, can you look up the name on that order? The full name?" She clicked around on the computer. "Yeah, it just says JJD, but the credit card was under James Denning." My stomach dropped. "And it went through, the payment?" "Yeah, it processed fine after those first couple tries." She looked at me curiously. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I laughed, but it came out all wrong. "Just tired. I'm going to take my break." I went out to my car and looked up 1428 Oakwood Lane on my phone. The first result was a news article from 3 years ago. "Murder, suicide shocks local community." There was a picture of the house, the same house I'd just been to, and a small photo of James Joseph Denning, a balding man in his 40s with a forced smile. I couldn't bring myself to read the whole article. Instead, I drove back to Oakwood Lane. I don't know why. I guess I needed to prove to myself that I wasn't losing my mind. The house looked exactly the same, except now all the lights were off. I parked across the street and just stared at it for maybe 15 minutes. Nothing moved. No lights came on. It was just a dark, empty house. As I was about to leave, my phone rang. Unknown number. I almost didn't answer it, but something compelled me to. "Hello?" I said. There was no response at first, just a staticky silence. Then, very faintly, I heard what sounded like a cabinet closing. "Sorry about earlier," a man's voice said. He sounded tired, defeated. "Didn't mean to scare you off, just having a bad night." "Who is this?" I demanded, my hand shaking so bad I could barely hold the phone. "It's JJ," he replied, like I should know him. "From Oakwood? You still got my pizza?" I hung up and threw my phone onto the passenger seat like it was on fire. I started my car with fumbling hands and got the hell out of there. I quit my job the next day, told them I found something better. I couldn't face going back to that neighborhood, couldn't face the possibility of another order from 1428 Oakwood Lane. I've spent months trying to rationalize what happened. Maybe it was an elaborate prank. Maybe I hallucinated the whole thing. Maybe there's a logical explanation I'm just not seeing. But here's the thing. I checked my call history that night after I got home. There was no incoming call from an unknown number. Nothing. And when I looked up the customer in our system the next day before I quit, there was no record of an order to 1428 Oakwood Lane. No order from anyone with the initials JJD. According to our records, I never made that delivery at all. I still have nightmares about that whispered, "Get out." Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear cabinets closing in my kitchen, and every once in a while my phone will ring with no caller ID, and I'll let it go to voicemail, terrified of who might be on the other end. I don't deliver pizzas anymore. I don't even order them. And I've never told anyone this story until now, because who would believe me? A ghost ordering pizza, a 3-year-old murder-suicide reaching out through a phone line. All I know is what I experienced, and I can't explain it. I don't think I want to. Story 14. I've been debating whether to share this for a long time. It's been 6 years, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I don't talk about it much because people either think I'm crazy or trying to scare them, but I need to get this off my chest. Back in the summer of 2017, I was going through a really rough patch. Depression had hit me hard after graduating college and moving back to my hometown of Ridgemont. For those who don't know it, Ridgemont is one of those places where everyone knows everyone and nothing ever happens. The kind of town with one main street and more churches than restaurants. I'd been seeing a therapist who suggested physical activity might help with my mental state. Since I couldn't afford a gym membership, I started running. At night. I know that sounds weird, but I hated the idea of neighbors seeing me all sweaty and red-faced. Plus the summer heat was brutal during the day. The night air was cooler and the streets were empty. It became my thing. For weeks, I'd run the same route through residential neighborhoods where streetlights kept things visible enough. But on this particular night in August, I was feeling restless. My depression had been especially bad that day, the kind where you feel hollow inside and nothing seems real. I decided to extend my route to include the high school's football stadium. Ridgemont High's stadium isn't anything special, just a standard field with metal bleachers on both sides and a basic track around it. During school hours, the gates are locked, but locals know there's always an unlocked maintenance entrance behind the concession stand. The school never bothered securing it properly because, well, it's Ridgemont. Nothing bad ever happens here. I arrived at the stadium around 11:30 that night. The place was completely dark except for a few security lights around the parking lot. It was eerily quiet, but I felt a strange pull to go inside. I found the unlocked gate and slipped in. The track was barely visible in the dim light spilling over from distant street lamps. I started running laps, feeling the familiar burn in my legs. The rhythm of my footfalls on the track was oddly comforting. My mind started to clear for the first time that day. After about 30 minutes, I decided to climb the bleachers for some step exercises. I was about halfway up when this overwhelming feeling washed over me. You know that sensation when you know someone is staring at you? It was like that, but 100 times stronger. The hairs on my arms stood up and my stomach dropped. I froze, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination, but the feeling only intensified. It wasn't just being watched, it was being hunted. Something was there, and whatever it wasn't human. I can't explain how I knew this, I just did. In that moment, a memory hit me. When I was about 12, my grandfather told me about something that happened to him as a child. He woke up one night and saw a man standing outside his bedroom window, just staring in. He said he blinked, and suddenly the man wasn't a man anymore, but some kind of animal with legs that were too long, stretched out in a way that wasn't natural. My mom always dismissed it as one of Grandpa's tall tales, but standing there on those bleachers, I knew exactly what he meant. I couldn't move. My body was frozen with a primal fear I'd never experienced before. The air felt thick and cold despite the summer heat. I could hear my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Then I heard something else, a soft scraping sound coming from beneath the bleachers. That broke my paralysis. I fumbled for my phone with shaking hands and called my mum. When she answered, I couldn't even form a proper sentence. "Mum," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Something's wrong. I'm at the high school stadium and there's something here." I expected her to tell me I was being ridiculous. Instead, her voice turned deadly serious. "Jessica, listen to me. Start running home right now. Don't stop, don't look back. I'm getting in the car. I'll meet you halfway." Her reaction terrified me even more. She didn't question it for a second. I scrambled down the bleachers, nearly falling several times. The scraping sound seemed to follow me. I kept my eyes forward, focusing only on the exit gate. As I neared it, I saw something that still haunts my nightmares. There was a man leaning against the fence next to the gate. He was wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat that cast shadows over his face, but I could see his smile. It was too wide, stretching across his face in a way that didn't seem possible. He was perfectly still, just watching me approach. Every instinct screamed at me to run the other way, but there was no other exit. I had to pass him to get out, so I ran, faster than I've ever run in my life. As I burst through the gate, I felt something reach for me. I swear I felt fingers brush against my back, but I didn't stop, didn't look. I sprinted down the dark streets, repeating a prayer under my breath that I hadn't said since I was a kid. My lungs were burning, legs cramping, but the fear pushed me forward. About 15 minutes later, I saw headlights approaching. My mum's car. She pulled up beside me and I practically dove inside. "Did you see it? Did you look back?" Those were her first words. Not, "Are you okay?" or "What happened?" but "Did you look back?" I shook my head, still gasping for breath. She just nodded and drove us home in silence. When we got home, my mum made me sit at the kitchen table while she brewed some kind of tea I'd never seen before. Her hands were steady, but her face was pale. "Mum, what the hell is going on?" I finally managed to ask. She sat down across from me. "Some people in our family are sensitive. Your grandfather was. I am, to some extent. And apparently, you are too." "Sensitive to what?" "To things most people don't notice." She pushed the tea toward me. "It's like an evolutionary sense. Prey animals can sense predators before they see them." "Are you saying there was something predatory at the stadium?" I asked, my voice cracking. She nodded slowly. "There are dark things in this world, Jessica. They're drawn to certain places, certain states of mind. Your depression, it might have made you more visible to them." I wanted to dismiss it as superstition, but the memory of that unnatural smile was too fresh. We didn't talk about it again after that night. My mom acted like it never happened, and I tried to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I stopped running at night. I found a different way to manage my depression, morning yoga in our backyard. Life went on, and I tried to forget. Fast forward to the summer of 2019. I was working at the local diner with a new co-worker named Mia. We were closing up late, around 1 in the morning, when she mentioned she was trying to get in shape, but hated running during the day because of the heat. Without thinking, I suggested the high school track. I don't know why I did it. Maybe part of me needed to prove there was nothing supernatural about what happened. I offered to show her the place, thinking surely nothing would happen with someone else there. We drove to the high school after our shift. The place looked the same, dark, quiet, ordinary. I led her to the maintenance gate, which was still unlocked after all this time. As soon as we stepped onto the track, Mia stopped walking. "I don't like this place," she said, wrapping her arms around herself despite the warm night. "We just got here," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. She shook her head. "Something evil lives here, Jess. Can't you feel it?" My blood ran cold. I had never told Mia about my experience, not a single word. Yet she sensed it immediately. "Let's go," I whispered, already backing toward the exit. As we turned to leave, that same oppressive feeling descended on me, the sensation of being watched, of being hunted. Mia felt it too. I could tell by the way her breathing quickened. "Don't look behind us," I warned her as we walked briskly toward the gate. "Just keep moving." We made it to my car, and I peeled out of the parking lot like the devil himself was on our tail. Neither of us spoke until we were miles away. "What was that?" Mia finally asked, her voice small. I couldn't answer her. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? The fact that Mia felt it too confirmed everything for me. It wasn't depression. It wasn't my imagination. Something lives in that stadium. Something that waits in the darkness. Something that wears a straw hat and smiles too wide. I never went back there again. I moved out of Ridgemont a year, later for a job in the city, but I still call my mom every week. We never mention that night, but sometimes I catch her giving me warnings that seem odd to others. Don't jog after sunset. Don't stare too long into empty spaces. Don't acknowledge strangers who seem too interested in you. I still don't know what was in that stadium or what it wanted from me. All I know is that my grandfather wasn't telling tall tales, and some instincts exist for a reason. Some places aren't meant to be visited after dark, and some smiles aren't meant to be returned. Story 15. I've never been someone who believed in the supernatural. As a space physicist, I've dedicated my life to understanding the universe through equations, data, and observable phenomena. Ghosts, spirits, demons, that was all just nonsense that people made up to explain what they didn't understand. At least that's what I thought until 3 months ago, when something inexplicable took over my apartment in Portland and nearly destroyed me. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened. My therapist suggested writing it all down might help, so here goes. I need to get this out of my system. It started with small things I could easily dismiss. I'd come home from work and feel watched. Like when you're alone but suddenly get that prickle on the back of your neck. I'd turn around expecting to see someone, but there was never anyone there. Just my empty apartment with its familiar IKEA furniture and my dog Cooper and cat Luna playing in the corner. Except they stopped playing after a while. Cooper, my golden retriever, who's normally the happiest dog alive, started acting strange about 6 weeks ago. He'd stand at the bottom of the stairs leading to the second floor of my apartment, hackles raised, growling at nothing. Luna, who used to sleep on my bed, began hiding under the couch, hissing whenever I tried to coax her out. "It's probably just a mouse," my friend Jake told me when I mentioned it. "Animals are sensitive to that stuff." I set traps, found nothing. Then the door thing started happening. I've always been careful about locking up. Growing up, my dad was paranoid about security, and it rubbed off on me. Every night before bed, I'd check the front door was locked, windows secured, everything safe. But I began waking up to find my front door unlocked. Not just once or twice, almost every morning for a week. I thought maybe I was sleepwalking or something, so I set up my phone to record myself at night. The footage showed me checking the lock before bed, the door clearly secured. But come morning, it would be unlocked. No sign of me getting up in the night, no sign of anyone entering, just an inexplicably unlocked door. The day everything escalated is burned into my memory. It was a Tuesday. I remember because I had a big presentation at work, and I'd stayed up late preparing. I finally crawled into bed around 2 in the morning, wearing my favorite worn-out MIT t-shirt and gray sweatpants. I was exhausted and fell asleep almost instantly. I woke up to Cooper barking frantically. The bedside clock read 3:47 a.m. I was wearing different clothes, a blue button-up shirt I hadn't worn in weeks and jeans. I have no memory of changing. I sat up, disoriented and confused, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Cooper, quiet!" I called out, but he wouldn't stop barking at the bedroom doorway. I got up, stumbling a little from exhaustion, and went to check what was bothering him. As I reached the hallway, I stepped into a puddle of cold water. Cursing, I flipped on the light. Water was everywhere, soaking the carpet. I followed the trail to the kitchen, where the sink was overflowing, except the faucet was turned off. I grabbed towels and sopped up the mess, chalking it up to a plumbing issue. I was too tired to deal with it properly, so I changed back into my sleep clothes and went back to bed, pushing Cooper's strange behavior out of my mind. The next morning I called my landlord about the water, but when the plumber came, he found nothing wrong. "System's tight as a drum," he said, looking at me like I was crazy. "No leaks, no nothing." 2 days later, it happened again, and again the following night. Each time, the plumber found nothing wrong. I started questioning my sanity. Was I sleepwalking? Having some kind of episode? I made an appointment with my doctor, who referred me to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist ran tests, asked a lot of questions about my family history, stress levels, and sleep patterns. The verdict? Nothing clinically wrong with me. No signs of any disorder that would cause this kind of behavior. "Maybe you should consider getting cameras for your apartment," she suggested, "if you're concerned about sleepwalking or memory lapses." So I did. I installed 4 cameras, living room, kitchen, hallway, and one in my bedroom. I needed answers. The first night with the cameras, nothing unusual happened. The second night, too. I started to relax, thinking maybe whatever was happening had stopped. Then came the third night. I was jolted awake by a sensation of being dragged, not metaphorically, literally dragged across my bed by my ankles. I thrashed and kicked, screaming, but there was nothing to fight against. Nothing visible was pulling me. Yet I was moving, being yanked toward the edge of the bed by some unseen force. I managed to grab the headboard, my knuckles white with effort. The pulling stopped as abruptly as it had started. I sat up, gasping for breath, sweat drenching my body despite the chill in the room. Cooper was cowering under the bed. Luna was nowhere to be seen. With shaking hands, I grabbed my phone and checked the camera feed. The footage showed me sleeping peacefully one moment, then suddenly being dragged by nothing. The blankets pulled away, my body sliding toward the foot of the bed. But there was nothing there. No person, no explanation. Just me fighting against an invisible assailant. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the living room with all the lights on, Cooper pressed against my leg, jumping at every creak and groan of the building. The next day at work, I could barely focus. My colleague Mia noticed the dark circles under my eyes. "Rough night?" she asked. "You have no idea," I replied, not knowing how to even begin explaining. I considered staying at a hotel that night, but convinced myself I was overreacting. It was my apartment, my space. There had to be a rational explanation. I came home to find every cabinet in my kitchen open, every single one. The drawers, too. I hadn't left them that way. The camera footage showed them opening one by one, with no one near them. That night, as I was brushing my teeth, I heard a loud crash from my bedroom. I ran in to find my full-length mirror shattered on the floor. As I bent to pick up the pieces, I felt a hard shove from behind, sending me sprawling into the glass. I threw my hands out to catch myself, slicing my palms on the shards. I spun around, ready to confront whoever had pushed me, but the room was empty. The camera later showed me falling forward as if pushed, but no one else was there. I bandaged my hands, packed an overnight bag, and went to Jake's place. I didn't tell him exactly what was happening, just that I thought someone might be breaking into my apartment. He let me crash on his couch. The next morning I felt better, safer. I convinced myself I'd been working too hard, not sleeping enough, making mountains out of molehills. "You want me to come check out your place with you?" Jake offered. "Nah, I'm good. Probably just being paranoid." I went back to my apartment around noon. The door was locked, just as I'd left it. Everything seemed normal, until I saw the walls. Long, deep scratches ran from floor to ceiling in the hallway, like someone had taken a knife to the drywall. 3 parallel lines, over and over. The scratches weren't there when I left. I checked the camera footage. At 3:15 a.m., the scratches simply appeared, carving themselves into the wall with no visible cause. That was when I started to accept that whatever was happening wasn't normal, wasn't explainable by science or medicine or rational thought. I called a cleaning service to deal with the walls, then spent the day researching haunted houses, poltergeists, demonic possession. All the stuff I'd dismissed my entire life suddenly seemed like the only possible explanation. I decided to spend one more night in the apartment, this time prepared. I bought sage, salt, crosses, anything the internet suggested might help. I felt ridiculous, but I was desperate. That night was the worst. It started with the temperature dropping drastically. I could see my breath in the air. The lights flickered, then went out completely. My phone died despite being fully charged. Cooper started howling, not barking, but a mournful, terrified howl. I'd never heard from him before. Then I felt it, hands on my throat, squeezing. I fought against nothing, clawing at invisible fingers cutting off my air. Just as spots began to dance in my vision, the pressure released. I gasped, sucking in painful breaths. When I could breathe again, I felt something wet on my face. I touched my cheek and my fingers came away red. Blood. I stumbled to the bathroom and saw 3 long scratches down my face, mirroring the ones on the wall. That was it. I grabbed Cooper and Luna, threw them in their carriers, and got the hell out. I spent the night in my car in a Walmart parking lot, too afraid to go to a friend's house in case whatever this was followed me. The next day, I called in sick to work and started apartment hunting. I found a place across town, available immediately. It was smaller and more expensive than my current place, but I didn't care. I signed the lease that day and moved in with just the essentials and my pets. The relief was immediate and overwhelming. The new apartment felt normal. No watching feeling, no dread. Cooper started playing again almost immediately. Luna came out of hiding. I went back to the old apartment once more to get the rest of my stuff, bringing Jake with me this time. The place was trashed, furniture overturned, more scratches on the walls, a hole punched through the bathroom door. "Jesus, Brian," Jake whispered. "Did you do this?" "No," I said. "It was something else." We got my things as quickly as possible. As we were leaving, my elderly neighbor, Mrs. Chen, stopped me in the hallway. "You're moving?" she asked. "Yeah, got a new place." She nodded, looking relieved. "Good. The banging from your apartment was getting too much, all hours of the night." I frowned. "Banging?" "Yes, like someone throwing furniture, but only when you weren't home." I never went back. I broke my lease, forfeited my security deposit, and tried to put the whole experience behind me. But I can't forget. Not completely. I still have the footage from those cameras. I've watched it dozens of times, looking for any rational explanation. There isn't one. Something was in that apartment, something that couldn't be explained by physics or logic or anything I've spent my life believing in. It's been 3 months now. Nothing unusual has happened in my new place. Whatever it was, it seems tied to the location, not to me. I'm grateful for that at least. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can feel something watching me. And I wonder, did I really escape, or is it just biding its time? Story 16. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 2 weeks since we returned from Edinburgh, and I keep waking up in cold sweats, feeling those little fingers tugging at my scarf. I've had to take it off the bedpost and stuff it in a drawer just to get any rest at all. James thinks I should talk to someone about what happened, but who would believe me? He barely believes me himself, despite the scratches that took days to fade from his arms. So I thought maybe writing it all down might help. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar in that awful place. It was supposed to be a fun trip to celebrate our 3rd anniversary, We'd been planning it for months. 4 days in Edinburgh, hitting all the tourist spots, trying the local food, and of course, taking one of those famous ghost tours. James had always been interested in the paranormal, though he'd never admit to actually believing in it. He's a software engineer, always looking for the logical explanation. I'm a bit more open-minded. I've had strange experiences before, nothing major, just little things that made me wonder if there's more out there than we can explain. We arrived in Edinburgh on a Tuesday, settled into our hotel, and spent the first day wandering the Royal Mile. The city has this incredible atmosphere, all those medieval buildings looming over narrow, winding streets. Everything feels ancient, like the stones themselves might have stories to tell if you listened hard enough. On our second day, we booked a late afternoon tour of Mary King's Close. If you don't know, it's this network of streets that was built over centuries ago. They basically used the old streets as foundations for new buildings, sealing them underground. People lived and worked down there in the 17th century, and then during the plague, many died there too. Our tour was scheduled for 4 in the afternoon. I remember checking my watch as we waited in the small gift shop area, leafing through books about Edinburgh's ghosts, while James rolled his eyes at the more sensationalist titles. "It's all marketing," he whispered, picking up a book with a lurid cover showing a spectral figure. "They know exactly how to sell this stuff to tourists." "Just enjoy it," I told him. "Even if it's all made up, it's part of the experience." Our guide was a thin man in his 40s named Malcolm, who spoke with a thick Scottish accent. He was dressed in period clothing, not full costume, but enough to set the mood. There were about 12 people in our group, mostly couples and a family with teenage kids. Malcolm led us down a steep staircase, and the temperature dropped immediately. That was my first indication that something was different about this place. It wasn't just cooler. It was cold in a way that seemed to seep into your bones. The air felt heavier too, thicker somehow. The underground streets were narrow and claustrophobic, with low ceilings that forced James, who's over 6 feet, to stoop in places. The lighting was dim, casting long shadows across uneven stone floors and walls. Malcolm explained that people had lived in these cramped conditions, entire families crowded into single rooms without proper ventilation or sanitation. When the plague came, he told us, his voice echoing slightly in the confined space, it spread through these closes like wildfire. The sick were often sealed in their homes, left to die rather than risk spreading the disease further. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The thought of being locked away, abandoned by everyone while disease slowly consumed you, it was horrifying. We moved from room to room, listening to Malcolm's stories about the residents who had once lived there. In one area, he showed us where archaeologists had found evidence of a butcher's shop, with animal bones still embedded in the floor. In another, we saw the remnants of a tavern where drunken brawls had once been commonplace. And then we came to Annie's room. Malcolm explained that this small, dingy space was associated with a young girl named Annie, who had supposedly been abandoned during the plague outbreak. According to the story, she lost her favorite doll and was still searching for it. Visitors often left toys and trinkets for her, and sure enough, there was a collection of small dolls, teddy bears, and coins arranged in one corner. "Annie's presence has been felt by many visitors," Malcolm said. "Some report feeling a small hand slip into theirs or tugging at their clothing. Others claim to have seen her, a small figure in the corner of their eye." While the rest of the group moved on to the next area, I lingered for a moment, looking at the toys. I've always been sensitive to places with sad histories, and something about this room made my chest feel tight. I was about to turn away when I heard it. A distinct knock, like knuckles rapping on wood, coming from the far corner of the room. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just stone walls and shadows. "Claire, you coming?" James called from the doorway. "Did you hear that?" I asked him. "Hear what?" That knocking sound. He shook his head. Probably just pipes or something. This place is old. I rejoined the group but felt uneasy. As Malcolm continued his tour, leading us through more narrow passages and rooms, I kept feeling something pulling at my scarf. It was a gentle tugging, like when a child wants attention but is too shy to speak up. At first, I thought it was just catching on something, but it happened 3 or 4 times, always when we were standing still listening to Malcolm's stories. The 4th time it happened, I whirled around, expecting to catch James messing with me, but he was standing several feet away, listening intently to Malcolm. No one was close enough to have touched my scarf. "Stop it," I whispered to James anyway. "Stop what?" He looked genuinely confused. "Pulling my scarf." "I'm not touching your scarf. I'm all the way over here." I frowned and wrapped the scarf tighter around my neck, trying to ignore the prickling sensation at the base of my spine. Near the end of the tour, Malcolm pointed out a narrow staircase that led upward into darkness. This stairway was only recently uncovered during renovation work, he explained. It had been sealed up for centuries until construction workers broke through the wall. Some say they disturbed something that was best left alone. "What do you mean?" one of the teenage girls asked. Malcolm lowered his voice dramatically. "Since that staircase was opened, there have been incidents, tools going missing, workers feeling pushed by invisible hands, strange noises in the night. One of the archaeologists who first examined the area quit the project after claiming to see a woman in 17th century clothing standing at the top of the stairs." James let out a soft snort beside me, and I nudged him to be quiet. "The staircase isn't normally part of our tour," Malcolm continued, "but it's been deemed structurally sound. If anyone's feeling brave, we can take a quick look before we head back up." Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Who wouldn't want to see the spooky staircase after that introduction? And Malcolm led us toward it. As we approached, I felt the temperature drop even further. My breath came out in visible puffs, and I pulled my scarf tighter. The tugging sensation had stopped, but now I felt a pressure against my back, as if someone was lightly pushing me forward. "You okay?" James asked, noticing my discomfort. "Yeah, just cold," I lied. The staircase was narrow and steep, with uneven steps worn smooth by centuries of use. Malcolm went first, then the family with teenagers, then a couple in their 60s, then us. As we started to climb, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. We'd gone up about 10 steps when I saw her. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or a trick of the light. But then she moved, and I froze. Standing at the top of the stairs was a woman in tattered clothing that might once have been fine, a long dress with a bodice and sleeves that belonged to another century. Her hair was matted and wild, her face gaunt with hollow cheeks and sunken eyes that seemed to burn with a cold light. But it was her expression that truly terrified me, a mixture of rage and despair so intense it barely seemed human. I clutched James's arm so hard he winced. "What's wrong?" he whispered. "Don't you see her?" I hissed, not taking my eyes off the figure. "See who?" "The woman at the top of the stairs." James squinted up into the darkness. "There's nobody there, Claire. It's just shadows and old stonework. Maybe a projection or something for the tour." But Malcolm was still below us, explaining something to the elderly couple. There was no projector, no special effects. Just that woman staring down at me with those terrible eyes. As I watched, paralyzed, she slowly raised one skeletal hand and pointed down the stairs, at me. Her mouth opened, revealing blackened gums and rotting teeth, and though no sound came out, I could somehow understand what she was saying. "Get out." That's when the voices started, not just hers, but dozens of them overlapping and echoing in the narrow stairwell. Some were pleading, others sobbing, and still others cursing in an old form of Scots I could barely understand. The cacophony built until it felt like my head would split open, and with it came a smell, the unmistakable stench of decay and disease, of bodies left to rot. "James," I whispered, "we need to leave. Now." "What are you—" He never finished the sentence. Something yanked him backward with such force that he lost his balance and fell hard against the stone steps. He cried out in pain, and when he rolled up his sleeves, we both saw them. Long red scratches appearing on his arms, as if being carved by invisible claws. That was enough for both of us. We scrambled down the stairs, pushing past the elderly couple and Malcolm, who called after us in confusion. We didn't stop until we reached the gift shop, gasping for breath and earning strange looks from the staff. "What just happened?" James demanded once we were outside in the fresh air, examining the scratches on his arms. "Did you see something scratch me?" "No," I admitted. "But I saw her, James. The woman at the top of the stairs. And I heard voices. So many voices." He looked at me skeptically, but the scratches on his arms were undeniable. They weren't deep, but they were definitely real. 4 parallel lines on each forearm, like fingernail marks. We went back to our hotel, and James tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe he'd scraped his arms on the rough stone walls. Maybe I'd had some kind of hallucination brought on by the power of suggestion and the atmospheric setting. I almost started to believe him, until I went to take off my scarf. There, on my neck, where the scarf had been wrapped, were small bruises. Perfect imprints of tiny fingers, as if a small hand had gripped me tightly. Not hard enough to hurt, but firmly enough to leave marks. I showed James, and for once, he had no explanation. We left Edinburgh the next day, cutting our trip short. Neither of us could face going back to the old town, where Mary King's Close sits beneath the streets. On our way to the airport, our taxi driver asked why we were leaving early, and I found myself telling him about our experience. Instead of laughing, he nodded gravely. "Aye, you're not the first to encounter the wraith of Mary King's Close," he said. "Nor will you be the last. They say she was a wealthy merchant's wife who lost her entire family to the plague. When the authorities came to seal up their home, she cursed them and the city with her dying breath." He glanced at us in the rearview mirror. "And the wee girl, Annie, she attaches herself to women sometimes, takes a liking to them, follows them home even." I felt cold all over again, remembering the tugging at my scarf, the tiny fingerprints on my neck. "If you feel a tug on your scarf while you're wandering Edinburgh's streets," the driver continued, "don't turn around. You might see her standing there, and once you do, she never leaves you alone. It's been 2 weeks now. The bruises have faded. James's scratches have healed. But sometimes in the middle of the night I still feel that gentle tugging at my neck, as if small fingers are playing with my hair. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting off to sleep, I hear a child's laughter, followed by a soft knock from the corner of my bedroom." Story 17. I never believed in ghosts. Not really. I was always the person who rolled my eyes at ghost hunting shows and had logical explanations for every paranormal experience my friends claimed to have. That all changed when I moved into my townhouse in Riverview last spring. The place was a century-old townhouse with original hardwood floors, crown molding, and a cozy brick fireplace. The realtor mentioned something about the previous owners moving out rather quickly, but I didn't think much of it. Job relocation, divorce, whatever. Their loss was my gain. The first few weeks were normal. I was busy unpacking, arranging furniture, and getting settled. My cat, Jinx, seemed content exploring all the nooks and crannies of our new home. It wasn't until about a month in that I noticed something off. There was this small antique side table in the corner of the living room that the previous owners had left behind. I thought it was a nice touch and decided to keep it. One morning, I came downstairs to find an ashtray, 2 empty beer bottles, and cigarette butts on it. I don't smoke. I never have. And I hadn't had anyone over yet who did. I figured maybe the realtor had shown the place to smokers who were inconsiderate enough to light up during a viewing. I cleaned it up, threw everything away, and didn't think much about it. The next morning, everything was back. Same ashtray, 2 empty beer bottles, fresh cigarette butts. I live alone. My doors were locked. My windows were closed. There was no way someone could have gotten in. This happened 5 more times. I'd clean up and by morning, the items would reappear. I started taking photos before cleaning up, just to prove to myself I wasn't losing my mind. The arrangement was always exactly the same. Ashtray centered on the table, 2 beer bottles, always the same brand, Budweiser, positioned on either side, and 3 cigarette butts in the ashtray. I started doing research on the house. It turns out a man named Robert Keller had lived here from 1952 until his death in 1978. He was a Korean War veteran who never married. The article I found mentioned he was known in the neighborhood as a bit of a loner who enjoyed his cigarettes and beer on the front porch every evening. That's when I made a decision that my friends later told me was either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. Instead of running away, screaming, or calling an exorcist, I decided to acknowledge whoever or whatever was sharing my house. That evening, I stood in front of the table and spoke out loud. "Look, Robert, if that's you, I understand this is your house too. I don't mind sharing it with you as long as we can respect each other's space. I don't smoke, so maybe you could take that outside. Otherwise, we should be able to coexist just fine." I felt ridiculous talking to an empty room, but also strangely relieved. The items still appeared each morning, but I stopped throwing them away. I'd just empty the ashtray and recycle the bottles. We had reached a sort of understanding, this ghost and I. Last Wednesday, I was feeling particularly playful after a glass of wine. I had bought these ridiculous Hello Kitty coasters at a thrift store as a joke gift for a friend, but ended up keeping them because they made me laugh. They were pink and sparkly and completely bedazzled, the absolute opposite of what I imagined a military man would appreciate. I placed them on Robert's table, one under each beer bottle spot, and said out loud, "Every good drinking spot needs coasters, Robert. These are for you. Figured you might appreciate a cold beer on a decorative coaster." I went upstairs to my bedroom around 11 that night, closed the door, and settled in to watch some Netflix before bed. Jinx was curled up next to me, purring contentedly. At exactly midnight, I checked my phone. I heard 2 loud, firm knocks on my bedroom door. Not like someone tapping with their knuckles, but like someone using the bottom of their fist, the kind of knock that means business. It was so clear and so loud that Jinx shot up, hair standing on end, and ran under the bed. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I sat frozen for a few seconds, then called out, "Hello?" No answer. I slowly got up and approached the door, half expecting to see someone, or something, when I opened it. I turned the handle and pulled it open quickly, like ripping off a Band-Aid. Nothing. The hallway was empty and dark, exactly as I'd left it when I went to bed. I checked the entire upstairs. Nobody. I even went downstairs to make sure all the doors and windows were still locked. Everything was secure. As I passed Robert's table, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The Hello Kitty coasters were still there, but they weren't where I'd placed them. I had put them directly in front of where the beer bottles usually appeared. Now they were positioned on either side of the ashtray. The arrangement was subtle, but deliberate, as if someone had looked at my placement, decided it wasn't right, and corrected it. I stood there staring at the table for what felt like an eternity. Robert hadn't rejected my gift. He'd accepted it, but on his terms. He was communicating with me. I went back to bed, but barely slept that night. Every creak and groan of the old house had me sitting bolt upright, wondering if Robert was going to knock on my door again. The next morning, I got up feeling groggy and disoriented. I took a shower, hoping it would help clear my head. As I was getting dressed, I reached for my dog tags, not real military ones, but replicas of Keegan Russ's tags from Call of Duty. I'm a huge gamer, and I'd had these custom-made years ago. I wore them almost every day, and they were kind of my good luck charm, but they weren't around my neck where they always were. I never take them off, not even to shower. I searched my bed, thinking maybe the chain had broken during the night. Nothing. I tore apart my entire room looking for them, checking under furniture, in drawers, everywhere. After an hour, I gave up and decided I'd just order a replacement set online. When I went downstairs to make coffee, I passed by Robert's table and stopped dead in my tracks. There, placed deliberately in the center of the ashtray, were my dog tags. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I hadn't been anywhere near that table since the night before, when I noticed the coasters had been moved. There was absolutely no way I could have dropped the tags there. The chain wasn't broken. They had been taken off me while I slept and placed there intentionally. With shaking hands, I picked them up. They were warm to the touch, as if someone had been holding them for a long time. As I slipped them back around my neck, I noticed something else. The Hello Kitty coasters were gone. In their place were two plain cork coasters, aged and stained with rings from countless beer bottles. I don't know where these cork coasters came from. They weren't in the house when I moved in, and I certainly didn't buy them. It was as if Robert had decided to reciprocate my gift with one of his own. That night, I sat down in the living room across from Robert's table. The cork coasters were still there, and now there was a single beer bottle on one of them. I hadn't put it there. "Thank you for returning my dog tags," I said to the empty room, "and for the coasters. I'm sorry if I offended you with the Hello Kitty ones. I was just trying to be friendly." Just as I finished speaking, the beer bottle on the table moved, not violently but slowly, sliding from one cork coaster to the other. It happened right in front of my eyes. I didn't run. I didn't scream. Some part of me knew that Robert wasn't trying to scare me. He was acknowledging me, just as I had acknowledged him. That was 4 days ago. Since then, things have escalated. Yesterday morning, I woke up to find all my framed photos turned face down. Last night, I heard heavy footsteps pacing in the hallway outside my bedroom for hours. This morning, I found a folded piece of paper on Robert's table. Inside was a crude drawing of what looked like a military medal. A Purple Heart. I've been researching Robert more extensively, and I discovered that he received a Purple Heart for injuries sustained in Korea. But here's the thing. The medal wasn't mentioned in his obituary or any public records. It's not something I could have known. I don't know what Robert wants from me. I don't know why he's becoming more active, more communicative. Part of me is terrified, but another part is fascinated. I've started leaving notes for him on the table, asking simple yes-no questions. Sometimes I find them moved to indicate an answer. Last night I asked if he was angry with me. This morning the note was torn in half. I don't know what to make of that. I'm writing this all down because I need to process what's happening. I haven't told anyone else. They'd think I was crazy. Maybe I am. But those dog tags didn't take themselves off my neck and place themselves on that table. The beer bottle didn't move itself. I hear footsteps upstairs right now, heavy and deliberate, even though I'm home alone. They're moving toward the stairs. I think Robert is coming down to his table. The footsteps have stopped. I swear I can smell cigarette smoke. Je suis story 18. I've never really shared this with anyone. Outside my village. Even now my hands are trembling as I type this. What happened that night 3 years ago changed me forever. And I still wake up in cold sweats, hearing that sound in my head. I grew up in a small village in the rural outskirts, where electricity is spotty and traditions run deep. Our village is surrounded by farmland, dense woods, and an ancient graveyard that dates back centuries. Everyone knows to avoid that place after dark. Since childhood, our elders warned us about creatures called pshisach, what you might call ghouls or demons. They weren't just bedtime stories to scare children. The way the elders spoke of them, with genuine fear in their eyes, made it clear they believed these entities were real. These pshisach supposedly live in graveyards, feeding on the flesh of the dead, particularly the unrighteous ones. But the truly terrifying part of the legends is that they don't always stay in their graveyards. Sometimes they venture out, disguising themselves as beautiful women or lost, crying children to lure compassionate people to their deaths. Growing up, I half believed these stories. Part of me thought they were just tales to keep us in line, to make sure we didn't wander off at night. But that changed completely on a cold night in late autumn, 3 years ago. My friend Armin and I had traveled to a neighboring village for a music performance. We were both 22 at the time. The show ran later than expected, and by the time it ended, it was almost midnight. We debated staying overnight, but both of us had work early the next morning, so we decided to make the hour-long journey back home on foot. The most direct route passed by the old graveyard, the one everyone avoids after sunset. During the day, it's just a peaceful, somewhat overgrown plot of land with weathered headstones. But at night it transforms into something else entirely. We were about halfway home when we reached the stretch of road that runs alongside. The graveyard. The moon was barely visible behind thick clouds, making the night unusually dark. We only had one flashlight between us, casting just enough light to see a few feet ahead. "Let's move quickly," Armin whispered, his breath visible in the cold air. "I don't like this place." I nodded, feeling the familiar childhood fear creeping back. The stories of Pesach suddenly didn't seem so ridiculous in the oppressive darkness. That's when we heard it. A child crying. At first it was faint, almost like the wind playing tricks on us, but then it became clearer, the unmistakable sound of a young child sobbing. "Do you hear that?" I asked Armin, grabbing his arm. His face had already drained of color. "Yes. Ignore it, Hassan. Remember what the elders say." But the crying grew louder, more desperate. It was coming from just ahead, near the roadside bordering the graveyard. As we cautiously moved forward, our flashlight beam fell on a small figure. It was a toddler, couldn't have been more than 1 or 2 years old, sitting on the ground beside the road, just at the edge of the graveyard's low stone wall. The child was wearing light-colored clothes that seemed to glow faintly in our flashlight beam. Its face was buried in its tiny hands as it wept. Every instinct in my body screamed to help this child. What kind of monster would leave a baby out here alone in the cold night? But then I remembered the warnings. Never approach a crying child near the graveyard at night. Never look directly at it. "Keep walking," Armin hissed, pulling my sleeve. "Don't look at it. Don't acknowledge it." The hardest thing I've ever done was continuing to walk past that crying child. Every step felt wrong. The child's sobs grew more desperate, more heart-wrenching as we approached. I kept my eyes fixed on the ground, but in my peripheral vision, I could see the small figure, its shoulders shaking with each sob. As we drew level with the child, the crying became almost unbearable, not just emotionally but physically. The sound was piercing, vibrating through my skull, making my ears feel like they might bleed. It wasn't just loud. There was something wrong with it, something inhuman in its pitch and persistence. Armin and I quickened our pace, almost jogging now. The child was behind us, but the crying followed, seeming to come from all directions at once. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then, when we were about 20 meters past where the child had been sitting, the crying stopped. The sudden silence was as shocking as a gunshot. We both froze, the absence of sound somehow more terrifying than the crying had been. Against my better judgment, I turned around. The road behind us was empty. The child had completely vanished. There was no possible way a toddler could have moved so quickly or silently. "It's gone," I whispered, my voice cracking. Before Armin could respond, a scream erupted from within the graveyard, a sound I still can't adequately describe. It wasn't human. It was like 100 voices screaming at once, layered with something animal and ancient. The sound carried rage, hunger, and frustration. We ran. I don't remember deciding to run. My body just moved. We sprinted down that dark road faster than I've ever moved in my life, not daring to look back, the inhuman scream still echoing behind us. The flashlight bounced wildly in Armand's hand, casting frantic shadows that seemed to chase us. I remember the burning in my lungs, the ache in my legs, but the fear pushed me forward. Something crashed through the underbrush behind us, heavy footsteps, snapping branches. Whatever it was following us, and it was fast. I could hear its labored breathing, a wet, guttural sound that didn't resemble anything natural. "Don't look back," Armand shouted, his voice thin with terror. I didn't need the warning. I focused only on the path ahead, on putting one foot in front of the other. The village was still, at least 15 minutes away at a normal pace. Would we make it? The thing behind us let out another scream, closer now. I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck, not quite a touch, more like the absence of warmth, a void where heat should be. I choked back a sob and pushed myself harder. The lights of our village appeared in the distance, small yellow dots of safety. In our culture, these creatures, the pshesak, cannot enter homes without invitation or cross thresholds blessed with prayers. The village itself has protective prayers etched into its entrance stones. As we neared the village boundary, the presence behind us seemed to fall back. The crashing footsteps faded, though I could still feel it watching us, a malevolent pressure between my shoulder blades. We crossed the village's threshold stones, gasping for breath. Only then did I dare to look back. The road stretched empty behind us, disappearing into darkness. But at the edge of my vision, where the road met the shadows, I thought I saw a small figure standing perfectly still, watching us. I collapsed just inside the village gates. Armand says I lost consciousness for several minutes. When I came to, several villagers had gathered around us, alarmed by our state. We were both pale, drenched in cold sweat despite the freezing night air. We told the village elders what happened. They nodded gravely, unsurprised. One of the oldest men said we were lucky. The Shesak had almost claimed us. Had we acknowledged the child, approached it, or heaven forbid, picked it up, we would never have returned to the village. That night, the elders performed cleansing rituals on both of us, burning herbs and reciting ancient prayers to remove any lingering spiritual contamination. Even so, I was sick for days afterward. High fever, nightmares, a deep sense of unease that wouldn't leave me. 3 years have passed since that night, but I still can't shake the experience. I've never again used that road. After dark, neither has Armand. We rarely even speak about what happened, as if talking about it might somehow summon that thing back to us. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I had been alone that night. Would I have been able to resist the impulse to help what appeared to be an abandoned child? Or would compassion have overcome caution, leading me to a fate I can't even imagine? The most disturbing part is that since that night, there have been 3 disappearances in the area. All were travelers passing through, all went missing near that same stretch of road. Local authorities blame wild animals or bandits, but everyone in the village knows better. Last month, my younger cousin swore he heard a child crying while passing the graveyard at dusk. He ran home without looking back. The elders performed another village-wide cleansing ritual the next day. I still dream about that child sometimes. In my nightmares, I give in to the urge to help, to pick up the crying toddler. As I reach down, the child looks up at me, and its face isn't a face at all. I wake up screaming every time. If you're ever traveling in rural areas at night and hear a child crying where no child should be, keep walking. Don't look back. Whatever you hear, whatever you think you see, just keep walking. Because sometimes the legends we grow up with aren't just stories. Sometimes the monsters are real, and they're counting on your humanity to be their perfect lure. Story 19. I never believed in supernatural stuff before all this happened. Ghosts, spirits, whatever you want to call them, I always thought it was just people's imagination or them trying to explain random noises in old houses. But after what happened at my aunt's place, I'm not so sure anymore. For some background, I'm Emma, 20 years old, and trying to make some extra cash while finishing college. My Aunt Karen lives about 20 minutes from campus with her husband Mark and their 2 kids, a 15-year-old boy named Tyler and a baby girl named Lily, who was just 6 months old when everything started. We weren't super close growing up. My family moved around a lot for my dad's job, so we only saw them during holidays or the occasional family reunion. When Aunt Karen asked if I'd be interested in babysitting regularly, I thought it'd be perfect. Good money, close to school, and a chance to actually get to know my cousins. Tyler seemed like a typical teenager, mostly kept to himself, playing video games or texting friends, but he was nice enough. And baby Lily was absolutely adorable, one of those babies who's almost always smiling. Their house is this large 2-story in a nice suburban neighborhood. It's not super old, maybe built in the 90s, but it has this weirdly formal layout with a proper entryway that opens to a living room on the right and a dining room on the left. The kitchen's behind the dining room, and there's a hallway that leads to bedrooms and a laundry room off the living area. The first few babysitting sessions were completely normal. I'd help with Lily's feedings and diaper changes, make sure Tyler had dinner, and mostly just hang out until Karen and Mark got home. Easy money. It was during my 4th time babysitting. This was on a Wednesday evening in October, when the first weird thing happened. I was sitting on the couch in the living room with Lily in my arms. She'd just finished a bottle and was getting drowsy. Tyler was sitting beside me, half watching some YouTube video on his phone while a basketball game played on the TV with the volume low. From the corner of my eye, I saw movement. When I turned my head, I watched the laundry room door, which had been cracked open, slowly swing shut with a soft click. Not a slam, just a gentle, deliberate close. "Did you see that?" I asked Tyler. He glanced up from his phone. "See what?" "The laundry room door. Just closed by itself." He shrugged. "Probably just the air conditioning. It does that sometimes." That made sense. I tried to shake off the weird feeling it gave me, but I distinctly remember thinking it was strange that I didn't feel any air movement, and the AC wasn't even running at that moment. I could tell because the house was a little stuffy. When Aunt Karen got home around 10 that night, I casually mentioned it while she was paying me. "Hey, is there something up with your laundry room door? It closed by itself earlier." I expected her to confirm Tyler's explanation about the air conditioning. Instead, she got this strange look on her face, like she was deciding whether or not to tell me something. "Sit down for a second, Emma," she said, nodding toward the kitchen table. I sat, suddenly feeling nervous without really understanding why. "Have you noticed anything else unusual around the house?" she asked. "No, that was it. Why? Is something wrong?" She sighed. "Probably nothing. But there have been a few incidents since we brought Lily home from the hospital." She pointed toward the entryway where there's this large mirror on the left wall, directly facing the dining room. The dining room has 2 more mirrors, one on each side wall, positioned so they create this weird effect where they reflect into each other. "See that empty space between the dining room mirrors?" she asked. I nodded. There was a rectangular patch of wall that was slightly less faded than the surrounding area. "We used to have a painting there. It was a wedding gift. This landscape Mark's grandmother gave us. Nothing special, really, just a mountain scene. After we brought Lily home, that painting kept falling off the wall." "Maybe the nail was loose," I suggested. "That's what we thought at first. Mark replaced the hanger, made sure it was secure. 2 days later, it happened again. But here's the weird part. It didn't just fall straight down. It would be found several feet away, from the wall, like someone had thrown it. I felt a chill run up my spine. "Maybe vibrations from the street?" I offered weakly. "It happened 3 times. The last time, Mark and I were both in the kitchen with his parents. We all heard the crash. The painting was at least 6 feet from the wall, and the glass was shattered everywhere. There was no explanation. No trucks driving by, no one had bumped anything. It just flew off the wall. Where's the painting now? We moved it to the guest bedroom upstairs. Haven't had any problems with it since. She must have seen the look on my face because she quickly added, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Old houses make noise. Things happen. Except it wasn't an old house. I drove home that night feeling unsettled but trying to be rational. Maybe there was a logical explanation. Maybe the nail really was faulty, or the wall had some structural issue that made vibrations worse in that spot. A month passed without incident. I kept babysitting twice a week and nothing weird happened. I almost forgot about the whole thing until one night in late November. It was raining heavily, one of those cold autumn storms that make you want to stay inside. Karen and Mark were at some work function, and I was watching the kids. Lily had been fussy all evening, teething, Karen had explained, but finally fell asleep around 8. Tyler was in his room playing video games with his friends online, and I was in the living room scrolling through my phone. Lily woke up crying around 9:30. I went to her room, picked her up, and brought her back to the living room, thinking maybe she just wanted some company. She calmed down as soon as I held her, those big eyes looking up at me. That's when I noticed the temperature drop. It wasn't subtle. It was like someone had opened a window in winter. I could actually see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. My first thought was that the heating system had failed, but that wouldn't explain such a sudden drop. "Tyler," I called out, "did you open a window or something?" No answer. I walked toward his room, Lily still in my arms, and knocked on his door. When he opened it, warm air spilled out into the hallway. "Is it cold in the rest of the house?" I asked. He looked confused. "What? No, it's fine." "Come out here." He stepped into the hallway, then immediately wrapped his arms around himself. "What the hell? It's freezing." "Watch your language around the baby," I said automatically, though my mind was racing. "Can you check if any windows are open in the front of the house?" As Tyler walked toward the living room, I followed behind him. That's when I noticed something that made my heart skip a beat. All 3 mirrors, the one in the entryway and the 2 in the dining room, were completely fogged up. Like the kind of condensation you get after a hot shower, except it was freezing cold in the house. Tyler saw it too. "That's weird," he muttered, walking over to the entryway mirror and wiping his hand across it. The fog cleared where he touched it, but almost immediately began to form again. "Maybe it's because of the rain," I suggested, though I knew that made no sense. Then something happened that I still can't explain rationally. The fog on the entryway mirror began to change. It was like someone was drawing in it with their finger, except nobody was touching it. A line appeared, then another, forming what looked like letters. "Tyler," I whispered, "are you seeing this?" He nodded, backing away slowly until he was standing next to me. The letters spelled out mine in jagged, uneven strokes. I'm not ashamed to admit I panicked. With Lily clutched tightly against my chest, I grabbed Tyler's arm with my free hand. "We're leaving, now." But Mom and Dad said, "Call them from the car. We're not staying here." We rushed to the door, and I fumbled with the lock while juggling the baby. As we stepped outside, the cold rain hit us, but it actually felt warmer than inside the house. I had just pulled the door closed when the power went out. The whole house and streetlights went dark at once. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get my key in the ignition. Tyler sat in the passenger seat, Lily on his lap, both of them silent. I called Aunt Karen as I backed out of the driveway, trying to keep my voice steady as I explained that there was a power outage and I was taking the kids to my apartment until they could come get them. She must have heard the fear in my voice because she didn't question me, just said they'd leave immediately. Once at my place, with the kids settled in the living room, Tyler finally spoke up. "That wasn't the first time," he said quietly, making sure Lily couldn't hear, though she was too young to understand anyway. "What wasn't the first time?" The cold spots, the weird stuff. It happens in my room sometimes. Things move. I'll put something down and turn around, and it'll be somewhere else. Why didn't you tell your parents? He shrugged. I thought they'd think I was making it up, or that I was doing it for attention because of Lily. When Karen and Mark arrived 45 minutes later, I pulled Karen aside and told her everything. The cold, the foggy mirrors, the word that appeared. To my surprise, she didn't look shocked, just resigned. It started when we brought Lily home, she said softly. At first it was just the painting, then little things, baby toys turning on by themselves, doors opening or closing. Mark doesn't want to believe it's anything supernatural. He keeps finding explanations. What do you think it is? I asked. I don't know, but I think whatever it is, it wants Lily. After that night, I still babysit for them, but never alone. Karen arranged for her mother to come stay with them for a while, and I only babysit when she's there too. The incidents have become less frequent, but haven't stopped entirely. Last week, while I was feeding, Lily in the kitchen, all the cabinet doors flew open at once. Karen's mother and I just looked at each other, then silently went about closing them. Nobody talks about it directly anymore. It's like we've all made this unspoken agreement to just deal with it, to protect Lily without acknowledging the thing that seems fixated on her. I don't know what's happening in that house. I don't know if it's some kind of entity or just a series of bizarre coincidences. But I know what I saw that night with the mirrors, and sometimes when I'm holding Lily, I still feel like something is watching us, waiting. And the most terrifying part? I think Lily sees it too. Sometimes her eyes track something across the room that isn't there, and she smiles and reaches out toward empty air. Story 20. I still can't explain what happened in those mountains. It's been 3 months since our winter trip to the Appalachians, and I find myself lying awake at night, wondering if I imagined the whole thing. But I know I didn't. My friends and I had been planning this getaway for months. Emma, Tyler, Jess and I all needed a break from work, and the idea of a cozy cabin in the mountains seemed perfect. We found this place near Seven Devils, North Carolina, a small 2-bedroom cabin perched high on the mountainside with amazing views. The photos online looked incredible, showing the cabin surrounded by snow-covered pines with this massive deck overlooking the valley. The hot tub on the deck sealed the deal. The drive up there started out fine. We were all in good spirits, singing along to playlists and stopping for snacks. But as we got closer to the cabin, the roads got narrower and steeper. The last stretch was honestly terrifying. A single-lane dirt road with absolutely no guardrails and a drop that must have been hundreds of feet on one side. I was white-knuckling the steering wheel the entire time, while Tyler kept saying, "Don't look down, Charlotte, just keep your eyes on the road." As we crept up this road, I noticed these weird carvings in some of the trees. They were faces, supposedly meant to be forest spirits or something touristy like that. The rental description had mentioned them as a charming local feature, but there was nothing charming about them. They had these hollow eyes and stretched mouths that just felt wrong. Emma tried joking about them, saying they were watching over us, but nobody laughed. We finally reached the cabin around 3 in the afternoon. The key was in a lockbox, and we quickly got settled. It was smaller than it looked in the photos, but still nice. A main area with the kitchen and living room, 2 small bedrooms, and 1 bathroom. The best feature was definitely the huge windows facing the valley and the deck with the hot tub. That first day was actually really fun. We drove back down the mountain, which was just as scary in reverse, to go snow tubing at a nearby resort. By the time we got back to the cabin, it was getting dark. We cooked dinner, opened some wine, and spent hours in the hot tub under the stars. It was freezing cold when we got out, and we all ran inside laughing. After warming up, we played board games at the kitchen table. I remember checking that the front door was locked before we started. I always do this. It's a habit from living alone in the city. We played until around 1 in the morning before deciding to call it a night. Tyler and Emma took one bedroom, Jess took the pull-out couch in the living room, and I got the small second bedroom to myself. I fell asleep quickly, but woke up at exactly 4:04 according to my phone. I was sweating even though the cabin wasn't particularly warm. Something felt off. I had this heavy feeling in my chest, like someone was sitting on it. At first I thought maybe I was having a panic attack. I've had them before. But this felt different. More external, if that makes sense. I needed to use the bathroom, so I got up. The cabin was completely dark except for a few dim safety lights in the hallway. The bathroom was next to the living room, and I could hear Jess softly snoring on the pull-out couch as I passed. After using the bathroom, I decided to get some water from the kitchen. That's when I saw it. The front door was standing wide open, not just unlocked, but fully open, with the cold mountain air pouring in. I froze in place, my heart immediately racing. I knew I had checked that door before going to bed. We all had seen me do it. My first thought was that maybe someone had gotten up for air, but I could still hear Jess snoring, and there was no sound from Tyler and Emma's room. I crept to the door, trying to be silent. Looking outside, there was nothing but darkness and the silhouettes of pine trees against the night sky. The porch was empty. I figured the wind must have somehow blown it open, though the lock had seemed pretty solid earlier. I pulled the door shut and turned the deadbolt until I heard it click. I even tested the handle, giving it a good tug to make sure it was properly secured. It was definitely locked. As I turned to head back to my room, still clutching my glass of water, I heard it, a soft rattling sound from the door. I stopped and slowly turned around. The deadbolt was turning by itself, not violently or quickly, but slowly, deliberately, like someone was carefully turning it from the outside. I stood there, completely frozen, watching as the lock completed its rotation. Then the door began to swing open, again, not like it was caught by a gust of wind, but with this controlled, deliberate movement. My breath caught in my throat. The door opened about halfway, and then just stopped. Through the large window in the door and the adjacent glass panel, I could see nothing but darkness. No person, no animal, nothing. And the cabin was raised on stilts. The porch was about 8 feet off the ground with wooden stairs leading up to it. If someone had opened the door, I would have heard them running down those creaky wooden steps. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually I managed to move. I quickly closed and locked the door again, this time bracing myself against it as if my weight could keep whatever was out there from getting in. I waited, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my temples. Nothing happened. The door stayed closed. The lock stayed locked. I was too terrified to go back to my room alone. I considered waking the others, but didn't want to scare them in the middle of the night when there might be a logical explanation. So I grabbed a blanket from my room and curled up in the armchair facing the front door. I kept the lights off. I didn't want whatever was out there to know I was watching. I didn't sleep, not even for a minute. I sat there clutching my phone, ready to call for help, though I knew help would take forever to arrive given our location. The hours crawled by, and nothing else happened with the door. As the sky began to lighten around 6:30, I finally started to relax a little. When everyone woke up around 8, I told them what happened. Tyler immediately checked the lock, saying maybe it was faulty, but it seemed to work perfectly. Emma suggested I might have been sleepwalking or half asleep and imagined it. But I know what I saw. Jess was the only one who seemed genuinely concerned, asking if we should leave early. We decided to stick to our original plan of leaving after breakfast. As we were packing the car, that's when we heard it. Knocking sounds coming from the surrounding woods, not like a woodpecker or branches hitting each other in the wind. These were deep, hollow knocks. 2 knocks, then silence for maybe 20 seconds, then 2 more knocks. The pattern was irregular, but always in pairs. We all froze and listened. The knocks seemed to be coming from different directions, like whatever was making them was moving around us. "What the hell is that?" Tyler whispered. "Probably just a woodpecker," Emma said, but her voice was shaky. "That's not a woodpecker," Jess replied. "That sounds like someone knocking on tree trunks." We stood there for maybe 5 minutes as the knocking continued, sometimes closer, sometimes further away. Then, as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The forest went completely silent. No birds, no wind in the trees, nothing. That silence was almost worse than the knocking. We finished loading the car in record time and got the hell out of there. The drive down the mountain was tense, nobody saying much. As we passed those carved faces in the trees, I swear they looked different somehow. The expressions seemed more sinister, the hollow eyes following our car. I've tried to rationalize what happened. Maybe the lock was defective. Maybe the door wasn't properly closed. Maybe the knocking was some natural phenomenon I'm not familiar with, but none of those explanations feel right. I've experienced some paranormal things before, glimpses of shadows where they shouldn't be, unexplainable cold spots, that feeling of being watched when you're alone. But I've never seen something physical like a door lock turn by itself. It was the most tangible proof I've ever witnessed that something else exists beyond what we can explain. What makes it all so much more terrifying is how isolated we were up there. If something had actually gotten inside, we would have been trapped. We couldn't have run for help. There were no neighbors nearby. We couldn't have escaped into the woods. It was pitch black, freezing cold, and one wrong step could have sent us over a cliff edge. I haven't told many people about this because I know how it sounds, but I know what I saw. That door opened by itself. Something wanted to get into that cabin with us, and whatever it was, it's still out there in those mountains, knocking on trees, waiting for someone else to visit. I've checked the rental listing since we got back. The cabin is still available with glowing reviews from people who stayed there after us. None of them mention anything strange. Sometimes I wonder if I should post a warning, but what would I even say? Watch out for the door that opens itself. They'd think I was crazy. All I know is I'm never going back to Seven Devils, and if you're planning a mountain getaway in the Appalachians, maybe think twice about those isolated cabins perched high on mountainsides. You never know what might be out there, watching and waiting, ready to turn your locks when you're asleep.